articles that have all the evidence.
Oh, welcome. Oh, we are live, but it sounds... No, we're good. No echo? All right, Real Science, episode 24. Hopefully everybody can hear me. We are joined by...
Episode 34.
34. Isn't that what I said? Did I say 24? Oh, dear. Welcome. We have Tim Ventura. We have Phil Bouchard. Happy birthday, Phil. Hallelujah. Julia joining us. Exotic Propulsion. Jeremiah. And Jeremiah, I forgot to invite Liminal, but feel free to send her the link if she is available and wants to join. And finally, but not least, Mark Sokol with Falcon Space as well. Welcome, everybody. Oh, can't.
No, I think we're good. I would say whoever is going to be going to sleep the soonest, raise thine hand and go first.
I don't know if I'm ever going to fall asleep tonight.
Oh, I was muted. Sorry.
Bernie,
Bernie, was that your show intro? Was that your...
The AI art? I kind of have stolen it from Zertis, so yes, we will say yes.
Whoa, just... You can only do that once, because that show intro, that was like a movie, dude. It's like It keeps going through and in and through and in. I'm just like, okay, we're done. Okay.
Oh, yeah, 6 minutes of it.
Okay.
It feels like a bad mushroom trip, or maybe a good one. I don't know.
It's a good one, I would say.
Yeah, it's a good mushroom trip. But you don't need the mushrooms, and it's over in 5 minutes.
Right? I find a lot of the AI art is like that, where it's like, is this a psychedelic trip? Because they just, I guess it's the fractals, maybe, the fractal nature.
Jeremiah could tell you about a trip that can only last 5 minutes.
I can tell you all about psychological modifications, accessing parts of the brain that are completely intangible
Your
for the most part, and using
too.
technology to get there. So, we can get into that some other time. We've got devices that do it without any substances whatsoever.
Well, Bernie, can I plug the APAC
Absolutely.
conference?
It's 2 weeks to APAC to the
I know,
date,
isn't that shameless?
plug
It's
APAC.
shameless. I have no shame. Altpropulsion.com. So visit us online at altpropulsion.com. Please sign up and register. Your info is secure. We won't share it, the whole 9 yards. APAC is the community forum for emerging alternative propulsion engineering. So actually Phil, Jeremiah, and Mark, as well as Bernie, have all been regular people there and are regular people there. So altpropulsion.com, and please register, and we will send you an email. We're not going to spam you. That's just an invite email. And we're going to do that next week, actually. Mark and I are working on the email.
Yes, we need to work on that, Tim. And also another thing I wanted to talk to Tim, Bernie, and Jeremiah, you guys. So we're going to do it different this time. The presentations are going to be on Streamyard, and that limits us to a very small crowd of questioners. Other than the, you see, like these notices that he's putting up right now. Those are comments coming in from YouTube.
Yeah.
So that's how we're going to have questions from the YouTube folk. And it's only going to be a select group that are allowed into StreamYard to ask questions directly. Maybe people that are associated with the speaker or have some interest. So we can keep the conversations as professional as possible. And Bernie over here has a lot of experience with StreamYard. He's got all these cool backgrounds and stuff. So
He does. I'm making conference art tonight, actually. That's one of my projects.
Nice.
How do you add that all in, Bernie? That's like, it's going to be an important thing. If we want to really strike this out of the park, we got to figure out StreamYard fast and get all that stuff in as well.
Oh, absolutely. And right now we are streaming live to 3 Facebooks, 2 YouTubes, Twitch, 3 Twitter, Rumble, and afterwards it also lets you do the shorts that then also go into Instagram as well as TikTok. So StreamYard is amazing.
Wow. It's like the king of, all social media. It's like spreading it out everywhere.
Oh, exactly, right? So I think that's a great idea. And then right at the end of it or something, then maybe you can do like a rotating question where you have people in the live chat join the link and ask their questions, sort of thing, because it limits it to 10 people in the room or whatever, unlike Zoom that I think allows 30 or 100 or something crazy.
Yeah. So Bernie, you missed it, but I have been moderating the Sarfati Cortona event all week. Maybe you didn't miss it.
I haven't missed it. I've been watching them. They're excellent. They're great.
That's a great idea from Bernie. Tim, if you send out the StreamYard link live at the end of all their presentations, we could do a select group of Q&A or open discussion on StreamYard as well, and it would be heavily moderated because you're going to be only selecting the people that you want to come in and talk.
Yeah.
Or just like rotating questions, right? Let someone come in, ask their questions, then the next sort of thing.
I think we want to start with chat questions until I kind of get my sea legs with it.
Fair enough.
Well, I don't have your super expertise.
Yes, you do. You'll have me with you the whole way.
You'd be like, push the red button. No, the other red button. The red button, Tim. Like,
well, that's the great thing about StreamYard, though. It lets you have team members, so you can have multiple people as co-hosts and whatnot to do all the functions and get the questions up and tackle everything simultaneously.
I'm real. The more I hear about it, I'm loving StreamYard now for APEC.
And on my end, as a co-host today, I am beginning to hate it less.
Right?
I won't ever say I love it. It's not great, but I hate it less than I used to.
Yeah, so I guess for me, I was talking about this earlier with Mark, but it feels like there is a momentum happening, and that's not a Tim thing. That's not a me thing. It's more like a zeitgeist. It feels like there's a momentum out there that is driving all of this stuff forward, and it seems like that's really been kind of picking up steam over the last couple of months, and that's one of the reasons that we're starting APEC again. I didn't realize how many people valued it, I guess. So part of it was that, but the other part is definitely what's happening with UFOs and the UAP story. A lot of these things are driving interest in that, and people are saying, wait a minute, if these things are real, how do they fly? And so we're seeing kind of a greater relevancy there. So I think that's part of it, but also I think that people's minds have opened up. I mean, like again, I see where I live, people drive Teslas all the time, right? No gas, electric vehicles. They were said to be impossible. The oil companies would never let it happen. I see them all the time. We've got, Chat GPT, right? People are using that, and it's crazy good for some things, even stuff like marketing stuff. It's crazy good. So these technologies are just surging forward, and I think that that's helping open minds in the public.
Oh, absolutely. And that they've opened Pandora's box by acknowledging these UAPs, saying they're not theirs, and that this technology is above what we have. And it's above what we have because it violates those three rules of thermodynamics, essentially, or this over unity anti-gravitic effects that we currently don't have or don't acknowledge in modern academia and physics and engineering, especially with just the combustion-based technology, the rockets, etc., the piston engines, the explosion, not the implosion endothermic side of reactions, and the full spectrum of energy and how it all works.
Right. Bernie, I think it's a little deeper than that. It's more like we're entering this era of possibilities. We're at like a turning road in history where we could either like end up with nuclear annihilation with the Ukraine-Russia war that's slowly becoming World War III, or we can enter into this new galactic age where we're living peacefully amongst the other nations of the universe.
Right.
And I say nations of the universe.
The harmonic environment of nature.
Yeah, like I've been posting a couple of times on APEC. There's a Space Renaissance group It's a worldwide group in Europe that is growing right now, and they're looking for sustainable space, migration and things like that. So people are really getting it serious this year. So
And
it's
fingers crossed it's not going to turn into World War III. We need peace and de-escalation, not World War III and not nuclear annihilation, right?
yeah, it's not
Amen.
constructive science, it's just pointless, and they use our own bombs to start these wars. So there's no merit. That's what I mean.
I don't have the energy for World War III. I seriously don't.
Right?
No, but I do look at every single warhead as a fantastically concentrated little power generator that could run a small town. No problem, if simply repurposed towards something constructive and useful instead of destructive.
Yeah, the only thing it benefits are the big banks that makes profit out of the deficit from the destroyed.
Phil, you're talking about the military-industrial complex, the people who make the bombs, who make the stuff. Yes, they do stand to benefit from this. But I mean, Ukraine is fighting for its life, and it's a bad situation there. And we're on the other hand, we have so many of these crazy advances that are happening. Think of all the stuff that are happening with Chat GPT and AI. All those chips are made in Taiwan. The AI chips are all made in Taiwan. What do we have with China and Taiwan? There's tension over there as well. So it's like everything you look at in your life that's going on. I don't know how much of this information you can even receive anymore, because there's every newspaper you open is just full of stuff that you should worry about and full of stuff that you should care about, but you don't have mental capacity to do that. It's not always been like this in life. Like,
I
in the
agree.
19th century hasn't been this crazy.
Yeah, it's
Right?
an
But
information
fear,
war.
running the society and on fear and keeping everybody in that lower mental state of, or lower vibrational state of fear, so that you're just action reaction, emotionally triggered, divided, and that's how they conquer, instead of getting back to this harmonious living in peace, and then living in peace with both nature and the universe. And that I personally believe that, like, there's got to be some sort of galactic community out there that it's like you're not allowed out to join it until you're at peace with your own self, and until we stop killing each other, we're not going to be allowed off planet or out there, really.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think it's all about the chances of blowing ourselves, or it's either we're smart enough to create the technology to get out of here, or blow ourselves. It's all about like
Well,
that struggle.
and on another note, and
blow ourselves up.
Yeah.
And Phil,
Yeah,
Bernie, and
sorry.
Jeremiah, this is something that we could actually do to help.
Sorry.
Chaim Ashed recently, he's the head of the Israeli Space Force. He recently said that the aliens are only asking not to. They're asking the governments of the world not to disclose their presence yet until we fully understand the technologies behind flying saucers. And I think what the world needs right now is a firm demonstration of this is how this anti-gravity technology works, and we might be getting it on the day of the first APEC conference. There's also going to be a launch from this company called Vio, who is launching a supposed anti-gravity thruster on board a CubeSat from Cape Canaveral, and it's supposed to be a proof of concept. I'm in contact with people in the team, Tim as well, and I already know some stuff that I'm not allowed to talk about their device and similar devices, but it could be as soon as 2 weeks from now that we have a satellite in space working on an alternative propulsion concept as a proof of concept, and that should that should raise consciousness around the world that, hey, this is possible and you can do it in a garage.
Is
Yeah.
that related to what I will describe as looking just like the Forge's, or excuse me, not the Forge, Mysika's wavy capacitor?
Is it related to what?
Mysika's wavy capacitor. It's a
Be
high
right back,
voltage
guys.
device that uses a gradient
Uh,
electrostatic field to produce a thrust. And I don't remember the gentleman's name.
the wavy capacitor, very possibly.
Drew, perhaps?
I'm not allowed to talk about it too much, but there is a possibility.
Oh, Martin, you seem to know a lot of stuff. Yeah.
You have Phil. You haven't heard of the IVO? It's IVO release. They posted a couple videos on YouTube and on their
Oh,
website.
Master Evo, is that
IVO. It's a company that recently sprung up. They partnered with a small sat launcher, and they went from proof of concept that was proving thrust inside of a vacuum chamber to a microsat that's going to take off in 2 weeks from now. They did that within like a span of 2 years or a year and a half. It was very, very quickly.
That's pretty cool. Right. And it's about proving that you can do it in your own garage, and that this technology, these inventions, these breakthroughs are accessible to all of us or anyone who's willing to work on it and do it. And for instance, my little 2 jars here, I'll connect the anode in again, and you'll start seeing a whole bunch of bubbling, and that's hydrogen, atomic hydrogen, just being made at a small amount of electricity and water. And that we should be working on such things as these cars, hybrid cars at the very least, where they use diesel as well as hydrogen, and that you can literally turn water into this hydrogen and oxygen compound right before injecting it into the engine and the mixture of the diesel. There's a lot of examples of it on YouTube of people doing it. And yeah, it's just everybody starting to do it.
It's an energy. It's an energy storage source that you can use, and it's similar to many batteries. And Bernie, I just posted in the private chat over here. If you want to open that up, that link, and show everyone, this is a company that took the step. They made the payment, and they are planning on sending their small CubeSat into outer space, and see if it works. Proof of concept in outer space, nothing beats that in terms of and they're going to be marketing it towards the small CubeSat businesses. That here's a little thing you can stick on. It produces less than a newton of thrust, but it's measurable, and it'll change the orbit of your satellite, with just a few watts of power.
Yeah, this is something that we've been looking forward to from Hector Serrano with Gravitech Incorporated for a while now, too. He's been working on this for quite a number of years, and many others, too. I guess it just comes down to who played the paperwork game the best and actually bound up with the company that can get this thing into space. Because it's certainly not the only one, and I have a feeling I know who this is. But, yeah, that's as much as I'll say as well.
Oh, zero fuel, just solar power, then I'm guessing. Right?
This is he's a pastor from North Carolina, I think, who was working on RF transmitting energy through the air, and he came across something that provided thrust, and no matter what they did, they couldn't get rid of it in a vacuum chamber. The thrust is always there.
Wow.
So now
Former
they're gonna
Dr.
send it up.
Pepper CFO. I just saw that. Good thing it came back when I did.
Yep. So it's pretty exciting. I mean, somebody's taking the leap, and hello, freedom.
It's a shame they don't really disclose anything about the nature of their technology here on their site. I have checked out.
Well, we did get them. We got a commitment that after it takes off and they have data at the next APEC, they will be presenting.
Wireless power on the go. I do like the sound of it. I just would like one satellite or rocket to actually do a full live stream showing from launch in nonstop orbit with no feed cuts for once. It would, be so awesome and so much speculation out there.
Well, in theory, you convert the high energy waves into lower frequency waves, and it goes through matter. So, but I don't know. I gotta study their technology. But it's just theoretically easy what I'm saying, but just practically almost not easy.
Yeah. Speaking of low frequency waves, too, I'm running this system right now. It has approximately, 8.2 volts, 350 milliamps going into it. So that's being converted to wideband photons through blue emission into phosphorescent materials.
Oh yeah.
And that's saturating one side of a field between two electric plates that are 1 inch wide by 4.5 inches long and separated by about 1.8 millimeters, or 1.8 centimeters. And across those plates right now, I have 20 volts peak to peak at 10 millihertz. And that's been running now for approximately 1.5 minutes. And I am actually returning to, it looks like the analog balance has indeed diverted away at an angle where the side above this device is now raised and the side towards my measurement standard post is lowered. So we're going to let that run at 10 millihertz for a while, and I may decrease that frequency down into the sub-millihertz range.
Oh yeah, you're able to alter the frequency. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's ELF at about 20 volts peak to peak.
Oh yeah, is it a device you built yourself?
It's based on Fran's paper called Quantum Controller of Gravitational Mass Using Photon Gas.
Oh yeah, that's.
You'll have to show us a little demonstration.
Yeah.
My question with this Evo is the quantum drive aspect. Is this a true quantum piece of equipment that they're building and launching, and what sort of quantum metamaterial are they building it out of? Do you know anything?
That's a good question. Quantum is the buzzword for this year. Everything is quantum or AI. And you know what? Maybe this is quantum AI. That would be even bigger.
Yeah.
So they're almost obligated to use the word quantum, even if it means nothing.
Maybe we should re-tag Alciphon as quantum spin alignment.
That's right.
Let them screw that up.
You run AI to find. There's a lot of companies they run AI to find new laws in quantum gravity and things like that.
So hallelujah, Julius is tempting me with cake and has been for like 10 minutes.
Eating her cake too. Oh,
and now look at that. She turned her camera off. She's like, it's my cake. It's my cake.
And so Julia does some remote viewing, and I was hoping, Tim, while we have you here, Phil, Jeremiah, and Mark, if you want to go into a bit of like the spooky action at a distance, and like the whole science of behind it, and like I guess if you know,
we've had a spooky action at very close distance with regards to anti-gravity. Have I told you about the Havana effect syndrome machines?
Okay. Do you want me to actually go into it, or?
Yes, please.
Okay. Because Mark's just kind of wandering around right now.
I'm trying to get my charger so I don't lose the stream.
Yeah, so I did a bunch of interviews on this. This came out of the UAP thing, and so I don't know, who knows. Julie, what kind of stuff do you remote view?
Oh, the more ancient, the better. Anything underground, really.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and do you like validate that? I mean, do people go out and like check?
Yeah, I actually got a part of this project that I'm viewing. It's called,
The is it the Sumerian tablet one?
Yes,
that was
the
found?
Leak Project did a show on it, and they're calling it the Inanna tablet, but actually Wyatt Earp discovered this tablet, and he gifted the tablet. He found it in Arizona, and he gifted it to his mining partner and his best, like a close friend, who then ended up being this pallbearer at his funeral. And then that man left it in his bloodline, who his ancestor, his bloodline now has it. And they have this tablet, and they were trying to get it dated, but they ran into some problems because it predates textbook history. So a lot of people don't want to touch it or date it because they won't get funding. So they had me remote view the other side, like they had me remote view the tablet, and I was able to see symbols and things that were on the other side of the tablet. And they're like, now hold on here. We only told you about one side of the tablet. You're able to write things that were on the other side of the tablet. So to me, that is a validation,
That is cool.
So that's how I got a part of that project. But it's amazing. There's nothing like getting validation. Like even with you guys, with the experiments that you do, getting the validation of like, oh, my instincts were correct. Like that's all that we're looking for in life, validation that we chose the right love partner and made that we're following our instincts, right? And that's all we really want.
Well, yeah. So in terms of remote viewing, I started last year. I did a series of interviews, and I started with the UAP phenomena. And what I found was literally every single person that I interviewed who was kind of a subject matter expert came back to consciousness and mind, right? And psychic powers and remote viewing and things like that. Every single one of them came back, And so it was kind of like I don't know, probably about 4 or 5 months ago, I was kind of like, okay, screw it. I'll start, doing some interviews and doing some research. And it's something that I have a little bit of knowledge in, because you can't be in this area and not pick up a little bit over time. But I started to kind of dig in and do some interviews there. I interviewed like Dr. Julia Mossbridge, and then I did a fair amount on quantum mechanics as well and non-locality. And it is really interesting. There was a fellow named Dr. Etzel Cardania, and he is actually up in, I think it's Sweden, and he did a paper that basically says psychic powers are real, but it's a scientific peer-reviewed paper. They're calling it a breakthrough for parapsychology. And so he's just one of many. And then I like the Global Consciousness Project is another one. So there's a lot going on in that area right now. It's really intriguing. And I guess everybody has kind of like different theories on how it might work. So I interviewed a Dr. BurnEye Beitman, and what his thought is he was basically talking about like the Akashic records.
Mm-hmm.
And so he believes that everyone is connected more or less to the Akashic records, and that psychic powers work by us communicating up, and then it goes back, right? Kind of like the phone system, so in his case, that's what he believes. Other people think that there's some kind of like entanglement between people, but that the problem with entanglement is usually a 1-to-1, right? So like if two particles are in proximity and they're for long enough, they can become entangled. Okay, well that works fine for basic physics stuff, but like with you remote viewing a Sumerian tablet, that's a problem because you've never seen it before, right? You're not entangled. You don't have any real connection to it. So then it's like, well, wait a minute, how could you get this information if you're not connected?
Well, good question too. And what if she was though? What if some of the constituent subatomic particles that make up the atoms inside of her molecules, inside of her body or brain, were actually at one point in direct connection with the tablet materials? What if there was a quantum connection?
Well, yeah.
Well, there could be a quantum connection on a different level too.
We're talking lives. We're talking reincarnation, right?
Well, you are a body. You are a soul that has a body, and your soul is a subquantum spherical entanglement pattern. That's literally what a brain, what a consciousness is. It's a spherical holographic interference pattern, And what I mean by that is like when you have a hologram, say you have a hologram of a rose and you were to cut it in half, you wouldn't end up with two halves of a rose. You'd end up with two full roses. The reason for that is that the image of the rose is found in every single molecule that make up that hologram. It's all the angle of attack. It's the angle that you look at the hologram that shows you the rose. The light needs to come in one way and go out the other. So just like when you're trying to remember something that happened, your brain will ping in a certain angle toward the pineal gland, and that's where that memory is stored. It's stored in that angle. Now, when you have interference patterns of angles, you realize that if the entire universe was really just this one consciousness, then you'd be able to communicate with everything instantaneously because it's all really one. Space and time are a delusion created by
Well, you know, what costs
separation.
me a lot of time is like, I was able to view things on people that showed me some of their deepest, darkest sexual traumas, like traumas that happened to them that they never uttered a word about. And when they would have questions about something to do with their career or financial future, it would go back to some sort of trauma that happened. They're like, how did you see, like, how were you able to see that? And I never told a soul. And so it's like one of those things of that it's tied to. So what tripped me up and cost me about 2 years was somebody was like, you're talking to fallen angels. You're only able to do this. This is nefarious. You're only able to do this because you're dealing with demons and darker spirits.
Oh, one second. We're all fallen angels. We're extraterrestrials without spaceships. A fallen
You guys
angel
get a lot of
is an
interesting ideas.
extraterrestrial that had their spaceship taken away, and it like talks about it in the early Bible stuff. Like they
Can't say I get on with all the ideas, but yeah, definitely interesting.
yeah, and me and Jeremiah and Tim here, like we're all trying to get our spaceship back. We want to get back up there. Like give it back to
Although
me.
I can't say much about agreeing with any of the previous stuff in the last 5 minutes. That much I can agree with. You know, there is this longing for the lost thing that we all used to have, this ability of flight, and it feels like it's been taken by this intangible thing in the past, and we want it back.
Taking it full circle back to remote viewing, that essentially is traveling the astral field or the universal galactic field, and that maybe at one point we did have the technology to take the body with the mind throughout it, but that there is like what we now describe as this quantum entanglement, but in fact it ties into this holographic fractal universe, and that the big elephant in the room sort of thing with remote viewing is that it kind of destroys time space, well, speed of light going through time space, and that it makes everything instantaneously because you're able to connect your consciousness and travel throughout time space through like at any point from where you are, sort of thing.
That's what I've wondered about the Peru, you know, the hieroglyph, the giant hieroglyphs. What do you call those, Bernie, that are in Peru and they're like
petroglyphs or the geoglyphs? The geoglyphs, probably the big one.
And I've always wondered if it was like a mark for astral traveling to see where you were as a marker, so you would know as you astral travel to get a point of reference, like a reference point.
You just blew my mind.
Or it could be extraterrestrial graffiti.
Yeah, like, where am I? Because there's times where
it says over there,
I
kissed Dan over here, and then they flew off to their planet 50 light years away.
You are now connecting to AstrialNet 6.0. Enjoy your experience.
You know who's really into this stuff? Aiden Schaefer, who's working here at the lab too. He's looking at crop circles and trying to figure out like how they relate to flying saucer propulsion systems.
Interesting, because there's one right there's a crop circle that was right by. I live in Laguna Beach, and there's Laguna Beach Canyon, right? And there's all these interesting underground stuff in Laguna Beach that a lot of people don't know about. And but there was a crop circle right in Laguna Beach Canyon that was there. And it's always interesting, the soil, when you look at the soil and how it changes the soil. I used to get obsessed. So did Brittany. Bernie, you guys, Brittany would get obsessed with, we were both obsessed with looking at ancient soil samples, seeing like the ivermectin in these ancient soil samples and like, whoa, why did they take that out and everything, and how it changed it. But yeah, the crop circle thing is fascinating.
There's a couple, I think it's like an Italian researcher, something over in Europe, that's been studying the crop circles and how they're these overbalanced systems and like these over unity systems of physics, where he took the geometries of the crop circles, entered them into these computer rendering models and tested them, and found that they were like producing somehow, like it calculated that when it went into motion, it would produce more momentum or energy or spin or something out of it than
that's interesting. See, I've heard of Nikolai Romanovsky, who rendered the flat or two-dimensional crop circle images by rotating them around a central axis superimposed and getting a three-dimensional splay of that rotation, and found that, of course, you rotate a circle around some distance from a central axis and you're going to end up with a toroid. So he ends up getting these mostly toroidal structures. But in his mind, as he rendered these things out, he's seen a diagram, basically blueprints for a machine. And he thought, well, we should probably build this. And so, working with a television broadcast studio, he ended up getting some funding to physically build these things. And the original reports are they don't work. And the later reports that he continued working on after the fact are that he got them to fully work, and one of them even got lost, having flown off and completely vanishing. When asked where the heck it went, his answer was, I have no idea. Could be there's something very genuine there. Could be that they're more a marker of somebody saying, hey, we understand this tech, and here's a demonstration of our ability to use it.
That's what I found it interesting too, is like all these people, like these greats, like for me, I connected with something and I was given advanced information from that. I didn't understand the symbols and the codes and the alchemical symbols and everything I was shown. It preceded my spiritual development. But then to hear that a lot of these great minds, Einstein, Tesla, they seem to connect with something. Some say it was in the Butez star constellation, and they were able to receive advanced information from it.
Yeah, Tesla was connected with the pyramids in Egypt. He understood something over there. It's not clear in my head, but the pyramids were used as an energy source, I think. It wasn't used for tombs and things like that, but it was more of an energy source. And
Jeremiah has an interesting story about convening with Tesla about a certain question he had. Jeremiah, you want to share with them? Hallelujah, you'll really like this if he'll share it. He went into like a meditative state.
I guess I'll just briefly mention for the backstory. I'm not going to get
Jeremiah.
into detail.
Jeremiah, happy belated birthday.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, I will mention when.
And happy birthday, Philip.
Yeah, today.
Thanks. You're the
Happy
first
birthday.
one today.
Happy birthday, Philip.
Thanks.
Yeah, Phil, give yourself a birthday present, the best one that you can receive by having a successful result in your experiments, right?
Yeah.
There you go. No, the basic backstory with the Tesla thing is pretty straightforward. I was working on various Tesla technologies for some number of years prior to that, and I happened to, get on with this idea of trying to create the maximum electric potential. And so I focused on this idea of, is there the essence or mentality or thoughts of Tesla somewhere floating out there? And it was a very vague type of thought, and I meditated on this thought for about 45 minutes. The total process took several hours to go through, but at some certain point, at the very end of when this happened, I got this flash, which was a visual, observable flash where everything turned white for just a split second, and then a huge amount of information started to pour into my mind, and in my head I heard what do you want to know? And my question was, how do you construct a small scale version of the magnifying transmission tower at Wardenclyffe? And a bunch of diagrams and blueprints, if you will, flushed into my mind that I could see them this early in front of my eyes. And I thought about what I had built and compare them to the blueprints. Then more information came rushing in about how my mistakes in my current assembly were going to prevent it from operating. So I ended up replacing pretty much everything and rebuilt the whole thing from scratch based on these blueprints that flashed in my mind. I did this within 24 hours because I didn't want to lose any information. So I just immediately got started building it. I did do some simple drawings for certain parts that I needed to cut out, but that was about as far as I went with the documentation. And I built this machine. So here is this weird looking Tesla coil. It uses 3 turns on the primary, not made of wire, but made of copper flashing. It's got a hugely wide and thin capacitor bank operating at 25,000 volts DC. I only operated at 20,000 volts for the most part. It fires about 4,000 times a second through a 9-point rotary, or through a 9-point air-blown spark gap that uses 3 little Delta server fans. And in the base is a secondary coil that's about 2.5 times as wide as it is tall, and it's within a 1/2 inch of these 3-turn primary wraps that are made of that copper flashing. And anyways, so what this thing does is it has a single wire coming out of the center, and it goes up to this extra coil that at the base of it has a shorted copper ring to kill all extra electromagnetic field emissions from the primary tank pump circuit. And so what goes into it is a purely electric scalar potential that pumps cyclically at the frequency of the base driver. And on the output, on the top, this is where it gets interesting. Now, most Tesla coils we've seen, they generate long, thin, bright, bluish-white lightning bolts and streamers. If you connect, the streamers to a point, like a wire or something else, and you short them out, if they're solid state and powerful, you may get occasionally orange arcs, but otherwise they're going to be kind of bluish-white. Well, this coil generates a effluvia covered, which means the arc itself is actually covered in corona. It's a streamer, which means that it connects to nothing, and it comes pouring out of the top of this, a top terminal of this magnifying transmitter that came with this vision as a pinkish red arc that's mostly wispy, almost ghost-like. You can see through it, and it's covered by almost 1 inch at the base and almost 1/4 inch at the tip of this purple glowing corona. And that operates right around 3 megacycles, and that's your general oscillating asymmetric pulse rate. Requires a very good ground. And the way that it behaves in terms of its transmission distance, the color of the arcs, and its peak potential are very different from other coils that I had ever worked on. The magnifying transmitter, I believe what it's doing is taking all the current in the circuit, all the circulating current, and completely killing the magnetic field component and converting it to pure electric potential, or as we would call it in physics, a pure scalar potential. And this causes the output to act very differently. But yeah, it's a weird thing that came from a strange vision that may or may not have been Tesla when I was trying to connect with this consciousness of Tesla, quote unquote, in the Akashic records. So whether or not you can connect with dead people, I don't know. But whether or not you can get useful information by at least trying to model this concept, or believing it enough to indulge yourself in the investigation with an open mind, I think there's useful information there, even if it only comes from some quantum modeling process within the brain.
That was an awesome retelling, Jeremiah. A lot of details.
And I believe, yes, we can.
Jeremiah, that's awesome. You're awesome.
I'm all right sometimes.
You're all awesome. Phil, Mr. Birthday Boy, I know you're from Montreal, so probably get very late there. 3:33 a.m. or almost about to be. Would you like to tell us a bit about your latest work? And was it you just published your book, the paper?
Yeah, exactly. Actually, I was. It's like I was saying. You got like a sixth sense, man. It's like I'm sure about that. I will investigate that, but because anyway, it's a great timing today for me, and it's my birthday, and I released my book this week.
Well, let's ask
Oh.
you and Phil, if you can get a link of that book in the private chat, then we can post
Yeah.
that for all those people watching on the various stream sources. And you can share it with the audience who might be interested.
Can you forward the link I just posted?
Yes, sir. I will pull it up first, and then I'm going to put it also in the live chat for everybody. So this right here, Finite Theory and Gravitomagnetism, Solutions for Anti-Gravity by Phil Bouchard. The
Wow,
birthday
look
boy
at
who
that.
joined.
You all.
Look at that, and look at it. It looks so official too. It's like a
Yeah.
textbook. Good work,
It's-
Phil. Congratulations.
Thanks. It's the new and final edition. Everything is written in it. All my equation, the derivation of the gravitomagnetic permeability is there also. It's free for the next 3 days. The Kindle edition is free, so just download it right now. It works in your browser. Kindle works in your browser, and it's free for the next 3 days. So I know people don't like mathematics a lot. Don't like to buy books on mathematics, but this one is free, and
Right? You're saying free for the next 3 days. So everybody
Yeah.
definitely use this link. And, well, I'm going to have to download that right now.
the mathematics are not that complicated. It's mostly algebra and some calculus, but the physics behind were not easy to figure out. But I figured it all out in 2 years. Everything works. Everything is perfect, and I've got 2 experiments that result. Well, I got 3. I had 3 experiments. One is the Michelson-Morley experiment aboard the International Space Station. I was never able to perform because I need like $500,000 to perform it. Because why the International Space Station? Because it goes very fast and it's at a low orbit. And I'm predicting that you should see a shift in the direction of the the station. A small shift that we should be able to measure using latest equipment on like a wavelength meter. So we should be able to measure a shift about that. And I got 2 more experiments as well. I was confused lately, but I got unconfused in the last 2 months, and I now got 2 clear experiments. One is I've got the equipment too. I just received the equipment. One is can you see that? It's yeah, this way. It's a liquid metal vortex. So
I
it's
like
a
liquid metal.
liquid metal vortex. I'm gonna use magnetohydrodynamics to make the gallium. Well, it's the liquid metal is gonna be gallium, so I'm gonna use magnetohydrodynamics to make the gallium spin very fast at 300 meters a second, ideally, but I should be able to measure something before that. 300 meters a second is it's quite fast. It's like 30,000 RPMs. But
Ooh.
And what's your diameter there in the internal cavity?
yeah, it's like 10 centimeters. It's the outer radius is 11 centimeters, and the inner one is 6 centimeters.
Oh, it's a big channel. So you have a large amount of gallium mass rolling around in there.
Yeah, it's 1.5 kilogram of gallium I'm gonna put in, and you see, I've got this. I'm gonna put the gallium. I'm gonna put the cover on top, and I'm gonna put. I have also neodymium magnets. I received them today. They're very strong magnets. I'm gonna put one on below and one on top to create a strong magnetic field. I'm gonna put an electric current, like maximum 5 amps. 5 amps, just 1 amp is quite dangerous. But ideally, it should be 5 amps. Um, and so with the electric current and the strong magnetic field, the gallium should spin very fast, and I should be able to measure a shift in the gravitational acceleration.
I would
I can
expect
measure.
so from the field of the gallium. That would definitely make sense in terms of your realignment of the nuclear magnetic moment, the strong B flux of your permanent neodymium magnets on top and bottom, and then of course your acceleration from MHD. My wonder
Exactly.
is like how you're going to inject the current through the gallium mixture and across your B flux.
Good question. Well, that's why here my metal rings are in metal, because it's still metal, so I can just plug a electric wire right here. There's gallium here, and another electric wire down below here.
Now, what material did you find that will not react in any kind of catalytic way with gallium? Because we know that stuff likes to eat its way through various metals, especially
Wow,
aluminum.
you're
highly
smart.
reactive.
You asked the right question, Jeremiah. I had to buy tungsten disulfide spray. I'm gonna put on top of the steel because the gallium reacts, is corrosive with steel. So I have to put some layers of tungsten spray, because it's not going to react with tungsten, but we're
Yeah,
still.
that should be one of the few materials that is quite inert in the gallium liquid environment.
Exactly. So yeah, you really asked the right question. Incredibly, that's
I've looked at actually 5 different systems involving the rotation of a high mass liquid that has an odd nuclear spin integer value, like what you're trying to work with here. And I like the idea. If you can get your RPMs up and you can achieve 300 meters per second, I would expect you to be able to observe it even with the sensors in your cell phone.
Yeah.
So
So
I'm hoping that you do.
yeah, that's gonna create the gravitomagnetic field that should be able to measure with my phone, like I did 2 years ago with. Actually, there was a Dyson engine I was using 2 years ago. So it was spinning. It was smaller, but it was spinning very fast.
Wasn't that a solid mass in that version of yours?
I'm sorry.
Wasn't that a solid mass in that older version?
Yeah, there was a rotating engine, a Dyson engine. That's what it was.
And what was your moving mass in that system that you were using to generate the gravitomagnetic field moment?
Yeah, there was the vacuum, the Dyson vacuum engine that was
Just
spinning.
the rotor itself is what you were using, the materials of the rotor, and that was it?
Yeah, just the material. There was, and I tested my cell phone to see if it was affected by the magnetic field and things like that, and apparently it's not. It's, you know, I brought the gravimeter close to the monitor and was not affected by the magnetic field of the monitor. So that's why I'm pretty sure it was just measuring gravity. Well, I'm 99% sure that everything was fine, but I'm gonna confirm it right now with my scaled up experiment. I'm gonna use a mechanic balance, so I can't go wrong. So the balance is gonna be mechanic. There cannot be any interference by magnetic field and things like that. So
Right, assuming the balance, of course, you're going to design entirely out of non-magnetic, non-ferro, peri, or diamagnetic materials. So obviously you want a plastic or polymer that's of the right substance, and then you want to set that thing up so your detection or measurement equipment is sufficiently far from the immediately operating near field range of the device.
Yeah, exactly. The neodymium magnets are going to be strong, pretty strong. So I need to get some special gloves. I think my hockey gloves are not going to be strong enough. They're too soft, but need to.
Classic Canadian.
How big are
Hockey
these
gloves.
magnets?
Yeah, exactly. Of
I
course, I
do
have
have to ask, your
Yes.
liquid metal, what sort of liquid metal are you planning on testing and using this time around? You're saying
Oh, he said
gallium?
gallium.
But also, I would recommend maybe trying mercury, or if possible, after you do your initial tests, if I could send you some of my different monoatomic materials, that these monoatomic materials from the in the Keshe Foundation, their reactor units, they say when they spin these monoatomic materials, these plasma materials at over 4,000 RPM and higher. I've seen videos that, if real, it seems to start emitting a physical, visible plasma field from the monatomic metal materials.
Why haven't I heard about
Right.
this? I would have just taken my monoatomics, stuck them on a rotor, made sure I achieved a high peak velocity at the edge, and spun them at 30,000 RPMs burning. Why have you never told me about this?
Yeah, so I have mentioned it a couple times, but usually a
remember
few
that
hours
part.
into the stream. And we're just 1 hour in. So yeah, and I haven't tested it myself, but I've seen a lot of them, like in the early days of the Keshe Foundation Zoom streams of the reactor group that I participated in, especially in the Arizona reactor group, them doing it, and when they were getting to like 5, 6, 7,000 RPM, that it was like this bluish purple field that was like emanating out. And I think the video's still up of them taking the like the EM detector, like the electric detector, whatever, and like it beeping wherever they'd go, like I guess it was like 10, 15 feet up in this warehouse, up this ladder, and it was still going off and stuff. It was pretty intense.
Nice.
Worth
And
checking out.
and also that's my first experiment, but the second experiment is much simpler and has much greater potential. It's the ELF wave generator. ELF stands for extremely low frequency waves. It's being used for therapy, like I was saying before, but I'm going even lower than the what they use for therapy. I'm going to the down to the 3.27 times 10 to the minus 8 hertz. And I bought a machine that is able to generate that. I should get by mid June. It's able to generate actually nanohertz uh, electromagnetic waves with down to the nanohertz level. So why nanohertz? Because that's the exact frequency of the gravitons on the surface of the Earth. So if it's possible that gravitons are just photons, like the graviphotons theory, because there's no difference between the photon and the graviton other than the spin, and the spin too is just a mathematical abstract created by Minkowski, and it's not a physical thing. It's not an angular momentum. It's just a mathematical abstract. Um, so if it works, if it works, then it's gonna be awesome, and it doesn't require a lot of energy, like 0.001 watts. That's about it, and you should be able to measure something. So it's all written in my book, and all the calculations are written, not the details of the technical details of my experiment, but all the mathematics are there. I forgot to mention also I'm also explaining the whole universe. Oh yeah, by the way, I forgot to explain that I'm explaining the whole universe, the rotation curve of the galaxy, the galaxies without dark matter, the expansion of the universe without dark energy, the light bending, perihelion precession. Yeah, pretty much everything, and even I'm explaining the size of the universe. We're actually I figure we are in a bubble universe, and the great universe we see, it's kind of a multiverse, a bubble multiverse. So it's anyway. I'm not gonna enter that, but it's out of topic. But I'm explaining everything. I'm even explaining the flyby anomaly, the microgal, the experiment that is able to detect the Earth going through ether wind, like if you want, because the Earth, if you measure the gravity at the micro gal level, each 6 hours, at each 90 degrees rotation of the Earth, then you'll measure a shift, a difference between what is predicted and what is measured. So there's clearly ether wind, and the International Space Station knows about that problem also, because they had to adjust the speed of the International Space Station depending on the time of day it is, because the gravity shifts because of that. The gravitational
Right, the photonic
acceleration.
energy coming from the sun, the various energy density of the electromagnetic field fluxes, and of course what Gravity Probe B discovered, which is the most damning piece of information in terms of what we need to reconsider that's not in the mathematics, which is a frame dragging phenomena from the propagation of equal potential points in the gravitational emission from mass on the Earth.
Yeah, the Gravity Probe B was used for the geodesic and the lens steering measurement, but apparently they had technical problems, and the DGen on Apex said they had technical problems, and they kind of blurred the real results. For the amount of money they paid, they didn't want to admit that they had technical problems. But anyways, it's that part is kind of gray area in my mind. I didn't review all the mathematics they had on it, but at the same time, how can you measure two effects with one gyroscope? For me, it's there's a lot of vague things on the Gravity Probe B I need to clarify, but
Well, I would agree with that completely, and it's not exactly been forthcoming with the information on their part for these questions to be answered. For example, I wanted to see, and I was looking very closely when the first Voyager probe exited what they call our solar plane, or this area, this ring sort of round.
It's called the heliosphere.
Thank you. That's exactly right. Yes. And when it exited, I wanted to look at one specific thing. So I had this crazy idea in my head that maybe the speed of light out there wasn't quite the same as the speed of light closer to the sun, and by how much. I mean, obviously we know it's displaced to some extent. That was the experiment that everybody patted Einstein on the back for and cracked wine bottles open for, right? Oh, light bends around the sun during an eclipse. Oh my goodness, he's right. The theory does predict that gravitation should bend the path of light. No explanation as to why, of course, but that's okay, because at least now this idea exists at that time. Well, now we've got these other weird phenomena where the light being bent doesn't exactly follow the exact straight line heading out from the center of a gravitational mass, but tends to curve based on its rotation. And so we have this other weird frame dragging effect, also known as torsion field mechanics, an entire category of studies spanning electrodynamics and mechanical phenomena. So I think that's what you're initially messing with too when you're talking about gravitomagnetism, really diving into that category of torsion field mechanics, where instead of a compression or an expansion in space-time, you have a twist in space-time, which has an entirely different set of rules binding it, and it also allows the accumulation of localized stress energy momentum.
Yeah. Yeah, that's well, great explanation. um,
Localized stress energy momentum, aka inertial mass.
okay, thanks for the clarifications.
Jeremiah, is that correct?
Yeah, that's actually the reason for why you're getting inertial mass in the first place with physical matter.
Totally,
based on its charge.
totally freaking agree. I've said it some other ways, but yeah, it's the same thing.
Well, in terms of what you're working on with Alzapon, this effect can be directly correlated in the heaviest particles of mass within the nuclei, our neutrons and protons, right? That can be directly correlated with spin alignment and reaction to externally imposed gravitational field.
100%. Everything relates to the harmonics and the alignments and getting everything
moment for each constituent.
Oh, and get this. This is really funny. So after Sarfati kicks me out of the Cortana conference, and thank you so much for doing that, Jack. I was all the people at the conference, at least the top brains, Cleon and this other guy, David Chester, were suddenly very interested in all my work. And I got on the phone with David for like an hour, and I was explaining to him the Alzapon theory and experiment, and I got the same feedback from him that I've gotten from many people in the past, that not so sure about Alzapon's theory, but the experiment sounds very intriguing, but I have a theory about why the experiment will work. And that's what David went on about. Some obscure force that was detected related to an electron, and it's just at the it's barely detectable because it doesn't go past the electron's field much. And he theorized that would probably be what we are expanding with EPR and dynamic nuclear orientation. But yeah, I had that same result with myself, with Michael Perrone, and now it's with David Chester. And there was one other, also Todd Desiato. He has his own theory as to why the experiment will work. Everyone has their own theory about why it will work, but
the one difficult part is learning how to grab on to that nuclear magnetic moment and actually spin it up. First, you've got to create the spin, and then you've got to create the precession. And both of those things, although they're being said here simply, are some of the most difficult matters of physics, because we're talking about incredibly, incredibly small particles which require tremendously large fields and a total control over the refractive index. You can't directly access them. You have to modify the conditions under which they behave. And that's the only way to get them to spin.
So I was thinking, I got this fancy new signal generator, and instead of just humming it at 9.5 gigahertz, it has an FM overlay, so I can change the frequency from its Larmor frequency just up a couple kilohertz and back again, sort of like to pump the electrons into a higher energy state as part of each pulse. So it would start at 9.5 gigahertz. And then a millisecond later, it's pumping up to 9.5 gigahertz plus 1 or 2 kilohertz higher, just to slowly pick up the electrons a little bit more and maybe latch onto it a little bit better if you're speeding it up, sort of like.
I figure a ramp is going to work pretty darn good for that, just in general. If you're going to have a fixed field of one type and you're going to ramp the frequency of a field from another type, or if you're going to have a fixed frequency emission and you're going to ramp the magnetic flux intensity. Either way.
Right. So that's what we're doing. Todd helped me design this Arduino-based system that controls the KEPCO power supply. It's finally completed. Thank you, Todd. And I'm able to ramp it in either a second or up to 10 years. Extremely slow, extremely quick. You can all control it within settings. There's 65,000 different data points, or we can get down to 1/10 of a Gauss control over the electromagnet.
I'm liking the sound of that.
It's very fucking impressive. Todd put it together. I'm very, very happy about that.
I wonder if this is an upgrade to his prior circuit of the Earth field electron precession resonance machine board.
maybe connected, but it was something different. He's using PWMs with a whole bunch of resistors. He didn't even send it over to me. He just sent me the diagram. I built it over here at the lab. It works great, along with the code too. And yes, I was thinking of having just a straight RF field and changing the magnetic. But now I'm thinking maybe if we're going to do the RF pulsing anyways, maybe we could have like little ramps at each pulse, so that it's like sort of pushing the electrons to higher energy states.
Yeah, it'd be nice to just run one ramp through the full range and try to detect that kickback.
Yep.
You could, of course, pulse it at fixed frequencies, just slowly ramping through, have each frequency be a minor ramp, let's say 1 kilohertz or a few hundred hertz, and then you just go to the next step past that. So you're always covering the full frequency range and just a little bit past the edges, but still using the pulse mode operation so you can listen clearly without your injection signal.
Right. We also have an EPR machine coming in from Canada, from George Hathaway. He's sending us one, and it's free. All we have to do is pay for shipping. And that's coming in with the nitrogen laser as well. And with the nitrogen laser, I was thinking of summoning lightning. So
I would warn you about that. We played around there.
yeah, with lightning, you could end up getting hit by lightning.
You do have fun. It was a lot of fun, but just be careful.
Have you done it before?
We used rockets.
Did it work?
It works.
Oh no! Did you get a picture of it?
We were running on no pictures.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It's very difficult to get that on video or pictures or anything.
Well, we kind of
have
have
a high
one of those
speed.
things that
I have to state that with this laser, during a lightning thunderstorm at night, I blasted it into the cloud, and each time I did, the rumbling instantly started from far away and just like spread toward me to like the point that it was like seemed like it was about to just like strike each time, and like you could see like it lighting up and like the energy coming, and I'd instantly turn it off because I was petrified that it was gonna actually follow the laser down and strike me. And then recently in China, I believe within the last 6 months, they released a study saying that they could direct lightning through using lasers. And
Nitrogen lasers can do that.
right?
We're getting a nitrogen laser.
Nice.
2
What's the pulse
kilowatt
power on your end too?
2
coming in?
kilowatt.
And pulse duration? Do you have any idea?
I think it's in the nanoseconds.
Okay, then you're probably talking about at least a megawatt laser. I mean, I believe it could draw 2 kilowatts continuous power consumption, and if that was the case, holy cow, that's a lot of pulse energy when your continuous input average is 2 kW.
I'll have to see it. Maybe I can modify the capacitors in it and give it a little more oomph.
Yeah, you can figure out how many joules it's firing per pulse and estimate your energy based on the duration of each pulse. But it sounds like you're getting a nice commercial unit, and those are one heck of a lot of fun. In fact, you could hit it towards a 45-degree mirror at the base of the Marks generator there and fire all the gaps at once. That's another thing that you can do with it.
Yeah, and you could also shine it at like a UFO or something and make it crash.
It's not going to make that crash, but they certainly will know where you are.
Might make them a little angry. They might come down, right?
The divergence of the N2 lasers is just pretty horrible, unfortunately. It's the wavelength. It diverges badly in the atmosphere.
Yeah, right. Well, but as far as E5 contact goes, like how Stephen Greer describes mentally or consciously connecting with these UAP, UFO craft or whatnot,
and getting them to shut up, yeah.
And that I tried it one time and out in my backyard, and within 5 seconds, I had this giant, what looked like a meteor. Well, what I could describe as a meteor, but it definitely was not, because it was moving very, very slow, and it took about 30 seconds to go across the sky, and it had this giant flame like tail of like coming off of it. It was just like across the night sky and tripped the heck out of me. And that's my experience with one time I tried E5. Then the last couple times I've debated doing it, each time in my mind, I'm like, I get this thought of, are you prepared for the blue chickens to come? And I'm like, really? No, like, is that
Actually, Bernie, there's the scheduled E5 sighting event right before the UFO Festival in Pine Bush, New York, the night before. So Friday the 2nd evening, basically in a week from now, there's going to be a whole bunch of people getting together in a field and demanding that the UFOs show up.
That's epic. If you're there, let's make sure we live stream it because that would be cool. And the question, no, I did not use his app. I just went out into my backyard, meditated a bit, astral projected myself rising up above myself from my yard to my community, to my city, to like my province, and like up more and more. And from there, once I opened my eyes, within a few seconds, that slow burning, whatever the heck it was, went across.
That's quite the experience, Bernie.
Tripped the heck out of me. So yeah, hopefully you guys get some crafts if you're going to be there, Mark.
Working on liminal right now.
But currently I am preparing for the summer season, so I'm about to plant lots of seeds. I'm going to be doing electroculture for the first time. I have recently been working on growing crystal specimens with Jeremiah Pop. So we've actually produced some very high quality Rochelle salt specimens. And then we were tinkering on a little bit with copper sulfate. I think we're going to want to go with a different form of copper, maybe not a salt. So we're on break right now with the crystals, but I'm pretty excited. Like literally tomorrow, I'm going to be planting a bunch of seeds and getting them sprouted and getting on the electroculture and showing if I can do this from my patio. I'm thinking
Have you guys ever looked into Marcel Vogel's like crystal, with him implementing crystal with plants?
Yes, I mean, not specifically his name, but I have researched into people allegedly placing quartz in the soil to help produce or amplify that effect, that electroculture effect, especially if you're running some kind of current. So this summer, what I'm doing, since I just have patio space and I want to have like a control and an experimental, I'm going to have a pot that is growing herbs or a vegetable, and it's not going to be wired up to anything. And then the experimental pot will have the exact same thing growing in it, but that will have a wire that's connected to a ground going into it. And I'm going to see if there's a way to do that on the patio. Some people have talked to me about like, well, there's this net field effect and it's going to affect the whole patio. And you know what? A lot of people have been talking about it. Not a lot of people have been doing it. It's like there's half a dozen of us that are getting in high gear to do it this summer. So I will be back with more to tell you on that specifically.
Oh, I can't.
Yeah, at least
sorry to interrupt both. That I also currently got a whole bunch of different flower seeds in different potters or pots to put them in that I'm going to be starting and finishing planting this weekend as well. And I've got two separate locations, one on like my house property and then one out in my friend's acreage that we're going to be doing them. So I'm separating tomorrow the jars of the different monatomic ormus or whatever the heck they are, the blue, the purple, the white, the green ones, and then so it'll be double of each, so it's the exact same waters, exact same monatomics. And then I also have a whole bunch of these different flower seeds so that I can mix 5 or 6 different species of flower per pot and it's the exact same seeds, the exact same flowers in each of the different pots to get to test these different monatomics as well as regular water. And then also I'm going to include doing one of the electroculture ones with the different antennas at my friend's acreage, because it gives a lot more space. And that I have heard, and it does kind of make sense, like obviously like a couple little antennas aren't going to create too big of a field, but they're just for control, the sake of control, that I'm going to keep the one with the electroculture antennas going up separate, further away, spaced away from the rest of them.
So what I was thinking was
regular water too.
Because I only have this limited amount of space. If there is some kind of, I imagine the field's actually pretty small, but if there is something, I can just put all the experimental pots on one side of the patio and the others on the other side of the patio. And some people think that this field just goes way out, but I'm wiring it directly into the pots. I'm not doing it in there's like three main methods that have been talked about. So yeah, I'm putting it directly into the experimental pots. So
yeah, as well, I'd point out that you have them separated by pots so that the dirt themselves, the soil isn't connected, so that could also insulate it a bit too, right?
Bernie, I got to close down for this evening, man. I just wanted to say good night. Mark, you look tired too.
Right?
Oh, join this
4
conversation.
a.m. out east. And Tim, thank you so much for all you do.
Thank you.
Epic Sarfati series that you're doing, everything you do with Tim Ventura interviews, as well as the relaunch of APEC in 2 weeks' time.
Well, Bernie,
everybody got to go to
ultrapropulsion.com
to register.
Julia, it was nice meeting you. I'll check out your site.
Thank you. Great to meet you.
Everybody have a nice evening. I'm gonna get my sleep now.
Much
if
love.
you need sleep,
probably head out too. On the botany front, liminal and hallelujahs, we have a lot of stuff going on here at the lab, actually. So at the lab house, we have a whole bonsai set up in the front. And
you're not at the lab, you're at your house.
I'm at the house, but we have bonsais out in the front of the house. There's also a cactus plant. I think Jeremiah might have seen it. That's in a floating pot.
Is it a special cactus plant?
It's like a leafy cactus plant. It actually it fell down recently.
Oh no!
I have to get it back into its center of gravity so it can fly.
So it can fly?
Yeah. So this cactus flies. Look.
That's what I was asking. Is this that's not what I was hinting at, but okay, there you go. All right, I see what you're saying.
It is literally flying.
Ooh.
It's got that maglev going on there.
Yeah, it's got the maglev going on. And,
maglev for maglev.
I
like bacon.
It needs to be reorganized so that
it's a little off its axis.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Unfortunately,
if I
otherwise it's really. Otherwise, that's always fun. It is always fun to watch anything levitate.
I think I might have fixed it here. Let me try this way.
All right, one more go. Let's see. Let's see spin. Get it to spin real good.
There it goes.
Yeah. Oh, counter rotating.
Get into it.
When it's connected correctly, it'll just make a full rotation. Right now, it's still, that's what happens when you just off that saddle point and it flies off. But down in the lab, we have some interesting plants. Peyote is growing there now, and there's also the coca plant, which, for those who don't know, Coca-Cola is derived from a flavor that comes out of the leaves, and so is cocaine. Although they removed the cocaine since 1918 or something like that. They took the
way back in the day, they used to advertise Coca-Cola as something that could relieve your headaches. Way back in the day.
That's because you had the headaches because of cocaine withdrawal.
Yeah, it was
That's hilarious.
Oh my god.
Yeah, but it's perfectly legal to own those plants, and
is it?
Yeah.
It's legal to own them? Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's actually a company here in New Jersey that extracts the flavor for the coca.
The flavor
for Coca-Cola.
Oh,
from the
okay.
coca leaves,
What do they
And
do with the rest of it? To give it to the DEA?
No, they extract the cocaine as well for medical use. There is a medical use for cocaine.
Yeah, I heard that they still use like a
Medical abundance.
yeah, like an IV form of it. Limited usage. Narrow application. I guess it still is in the medical industry.
There's a lot of people doing ketamine IV. Have you guys heard about that?
I heard that they actually will mail it to you in tablet form now.
Mm.
Yeah, you just you have to
Crazy.
I forgot what it's called, and yes, I came across it through some ad, but you get situated with a licensed therapist online. You go through a questionnaire, to make sure you're not on anything that's going to be like a contradicting medication. And then they will send you like this palette of tablets that has the S-ketamine in it. And then they will work with you in sessions, and you can do them at home because not everybody has the access by distance or transportation to go to these special clinics that do the IV. I don't know from experience what the difference between the IV or these tablets are. I just know that there's apparently this tablet option floating
IV as
around.
opposed to, I don't know about directly injecting ketamine.
Well,
That's
here's
crazy.
the thing.
I'm guessing though it's more the
It's a clinical setting. As ketamine was specifically designed to not be like anything you would get off the street. It's for therapeutic purposes. You have to go in 2 times a week.
One, not the
Yep, it's a
psychedelic.
dissociative. It's a 45-minute session 2 times a week. So you're being monitored and treated usually for something like PTSD or depression. And sometimes to a lesser measured effect, they said it has been useful for neuropathy. That one's still hotly debated, but they're getting a lot of good results for the psychological wellness through the IV. I'm just letting you guys know, for some reason, it looks like they have a tablet option now where you can do therapy at home. So if you want to do a quick Google search string for something like that, you'll probably see a company come up that will try to put you in touch with therapists to do that. And that makes it a lot more accessible. If it actually works, that would make it a lot more accessible for just about anybody that would qualify for it.
Intravenous, I'm instantly sketchy of, just as it's
Well, I've never
so
been a fan of
strong.
shots. Never been a fan of shots. So if I can avoid the
I get
needle, I will.
like vitamin drips like every week or 10 days. Like I'll get an intravenous, like where there's biotin and vitamin C. And
I heard that they can do those super B12 shots if you need extra B12, and it's really powerful. It'll fix you right up if you need it.
A lot of people don't absorb iron because their B levels aren't high enough. But vitamin B levels, B12, like there's a lot of people deficient, and they had schizophrenia, and the and then
I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm thinking of a case history from the 50s. This woman was taking 12 grams of B12 a day, but this was back in the 1950s. It cured her schizophrenia, but back then they didn't know much in the medical industry about the safety of taking such large doses of these vitamins. So they recommended to the family to take the woman off of this very large dose of B12, and unfortunately she fell back into the mental illness of schizophrenia. She never lived that quality of life that I think she could have lived. I mean, even if for some reason, and that if you take too much B vitamins, that's one of those vitamins that passes out of you.
Get out,
yeah, but we know that now. But even if that had shaved a few years off of her life, can you imagine being completely dissociated from reality, but suddenly being here now and functional? Like, I'd say, hell with it. I'll trade those few years. I felt really bad. I felt really bad for that individual.
Even
And
Edie Sedgwick, like she was a protege of Andy Warhol. And they said she was crazy, but she was deficient in vitamin B, and she would get vitamin B12 injections. And when she stopped, I think that's when, well, she also started experimenting with a whole bunch of other stuff. But anyways,
hey, some people are going to need large amounts of certain nutrients, and it doesn't necessarily mean they're doing anything funky. It just means they have a different health profile. Some people are going to need massive amounts of B12 for some reason. I might even ask my doctor about it. I might ask him, do you think I'm a candidate that would benefit from getting a B12 shot? Is it something that I can give a try to? You know? And that's because I have my own unique health profile that might benefit from super large doses of B12 is something I've
and they
been looking
call
into.
like vitamin B6 when I get these drips, these IV drips, like the vitamin B6 is called like the happy one.
The happy one?
Yeah, it's like, oh, you want the happy boost? It's like vitamin B6 really makes a difference in your mood.
Did you notice that effect?
Absolutely.
I'm gonna ask about B6.
And I think it's B3 that makes a difference with your skin health. Like the niacin really makes a difference with the how you glow, like how that you'll see the effects on your facial skin.
And it is important to point out there is a difference between niacin and niacinamide. If I'm pronouncing that correctly, they made a long-acting version of niacin, and that one has been known to hang around in the bloodstream and in the liver. And so there's some concern about that possibly causing liver toxicity. With the niacin, just don't take too much. Otherwise, you'll have that niacin flush that's uncomfortable. But yeah, the niacin.
Or if you need to pass a drug test, you're supposed to flush yourself with niacin.
Just turn into a pepper and
you'll look like it's
just burn it off. Yeah, but yeah, if you guys get too much of a flush when you're doing the niacin, you probably went a little too far. You kind of have to work your way up with it. But yeah.
You guys are forgetting vitamin D too. When I was living in California, it was so sunny. And I felt like much more energetic.
It's
I
not
felt
just
like ruling the world and things like that.
Oh yeah,
it's not just vitamin D, it's affecting your melatonin and serotonin cycles. So during the day, if you're having a dysfunction transitioning your melatonin into serotonin, that sunshine, that light is going to help push that along and sync you back into a more functional serotonin to melatonin cycle.
Yeah, your serotonin is a neurotransmitter and it regulates your mood and your happiness. And the thing that happens with most people is they have parasites and they're so inundated with parasites that the parasites steal a lot of their nutrients from them, and it throws off their hormones and it throws them out of balance. And it throws they take like their drug of choice, their DOC is serotonin. So then they're taking your serotonin from you. So your serotonin levels drop. And so that's why the best thing is to treat the parasites and to rid the parasites so they're no longer stealing from you.
Yeah, interesting. But just in a funny way, when I was over there, I felt like ruling the world, and now here I feel like a loser. So
wait, were you in San Diego? Because I thought I did a show where you said you were in San Diego.
Yeah, I was living in Pacific Beach, right on the beach.
Nice.
Yeah, that was awesome. But
I'm
gonna go back this year or next year because I'm gonna extend my company back to San Diego. Because in America, you can have a lot of grants and a lot of great benefits for the type of work I'm doing. So my friend is over there. All my friends are still in San Diego. They keep asking, been waiting for me for 10 years to go back there. So that's pretty funny. But yeah, I love it over there. It's I was thinking of going back to moving to El Segundo. But I'm going to go back to San Diego finally. So, yeah, we'll see.
Nice. My great grandfather, he had a big olive oil farm in El Cajon in San Diego, but it was a little bit more inland than Pacific Beach.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Pacific
guys, I
Beach.
just want to say good night. Bernie, happy birthday. Jeremiah, happy birthday, belated. I
It's
gotta get to
Phil's
sleep.
birthday, not mine, but thank you. Mine is in a month.
No, I
and a
said
half.
Jeremiah.
Every day is a birthday.
Yeah, every day is your birthday.
Oh,
Much love,
Jeremiah's
Mark.
519, right? My son is 520.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
4:20 here. I gotta go too because I gotta wake up if I want to be able to drive
Good night,
tomorrow.
everyone.
Absolutely.
Well, so
And
Take it easy.
Falcon Space is Mark's channel. I just put it in the live chat. I also put Tim Ventura's channel as well as the APEC channel. Phil, Julia, and Liminal, if you don't mind, either commenting in my live chat on YouTube so I can connect to your YouTube channels and find it that way, or putting it in the private chat. If you know the direct link, then I can put it up, or any links at all that you'd like me to share. And I'll also share.
I can copy paste it into the comment section. That should be easy enough.
And once again, second experimental run on this photon gas experiment, and it looks like
Are you ready to do that?
It's deflected all the way from the top of the 6 millimeter block to the bottom. I'm gonna run it a third time. Do
you want to show? Are we getting a live experiment to
Yeah.
close?
Well, no, I'm not absolutely certain about it yet, and there wouldn't be much to look at. It takes several minutes for it to actually move because I am running at basically 10 millihertz. It's a very low frequency, so it's one of those doesn't do much right away, but leave it for several minutes and you begin to see the motion.
And by the way, Bernie, there was a shockwave in my company, and now I popped out back CEO. So just in my signature next time, you can make that. I'll try to log in next time.
Awesome, cool.
And yeah, just a reminder: by the end of June, I should be done with all my experiments. So if you want to shoot me an email, that would be great. I'll give an update for that.
100%, brother. For sure we will. And thank
Yeah.
you for joining in. 420,
Happy
424
birthday,
a.m.
Phil!
Yeah,
Happy
thanks.
birthday!
Thanks. Thanks. You guys are awesome. So take it easy, and until next time.
Much
Until
love.
next
brother.
time.
Thank you.
Good luck with your
Take it easy.
scientific endeavors.
Cool. All right. Take care.
Thanks for joining in.
Take
Much
care.
love, Phil. All right. Okay. So the other links. Oh, here's Liminals. Got that. As we're on multiple YouTube channels. And
Divergence has returned 33% since I last stated.
Julia, do you have your website link as well? Do you want to post
Yeah,
in the private chat?
I put it in the chat. I'm gonna have a YouTube channel like by the end of the summer.
I feel you, girl. I have a lot. I have a lot of content recorded. I just kind of need to organize it, and then with the electroculture this summer, it'll be rolling out. So
Yeah.
thank you for everyone that has subscribed already. It's coming. It won't stay a blank page forever.
Exactly.
Oh,
right.
I'm
Building
like,
it.
Brilliant. Anytime you're on, I'm like, yes, I pay attention, and I'm zeroed into when you speak.
Aw, thank
Completely.
you.
Absolutely.
You are all awesome, and thank you all for joining in. Any last things to discuss and show before we all go?
I planted seeds to a garden, but there's not going to be any results to that for like a couple weeks.
It takes time, of course. Of course. And I'll be doing another episode here probably maybe tomorrow, most likely Sunday. Oh, shout out Drew. Good to see you, brother. Feel free if you want to jump in. I can post the link. Keep it going a little bit. Julia, did you want your boyfriend to talk a little bit, introduce his history?
Here, Chris, come here.
Oh, you already gave away his name. You messaged me beforehand. His name is Dark Star.
Aliases
Oh.
only.
Hello. How's it going?
Welcome. Good day, Chris. Nice
How
to
are you
meet you.
doing? I'm over here battling with this Mac computer.
All right.
Battle.
Yeah,
Mac
that's
battle.
it. It was a secondhand Mac computer. And
Oh,
so far, it's giving me nothing but a bad time.
Oh, what's the battle? Let's walk through it real quick. I might have a
It's other
solution for you.
than like, I'm not really sure. I'm not like a big Mac guy, but it looks like the caches are full and the memory is probably full, so it's running super slow. So
What year?
It's a 2010, I think. MacBook Pro.
Okay, you have. All right, I recognize that series. You've got a standard size 2.5 inch HDD. You got the thick one. It's probably a Hitachi or a Toshiba brand in that unit. And are you?
It's a
hard drive
Hitachi.
issues? Yeah, are you having hard drive issues where it's just simply not booting?
It's not even that it's not moving. It's just like, it just loads extremely slow and it has a hard time downloading. And like I said, I had got this secondhand, so I don't really know. I'm just trying to clear files on it. But yeah, it has something that has to do with that disk, because I think it's full. I think its memory is full. And that
if the disk is full, it's not going to be able to work correctly. That's for sure. So you're going to absolutely want to clear out. If it's used already, then the files that are on it were not yours.
No.
Then you might as well completely reset it. So Mac has a built-in function with iOS to fully reset your system from whatever operating system it's on, and you can then do a full reboot. So you might want to look up instructions for which version of iOS you have.
Yeah, it's 10.4.
Or OS X. Sorry, not iOS, OS X.
Oh, okay.
10.4, you said?
I think it's 10.4, 10.6, whatever that one is. Like I said, I just got this. I can't even remember. I don't know. I barely messed with it. They say that this is like the easier version or something made for user friendly, and to me, this thing is like foreign material compared to like
HP. Macs don't work anything like Windows at first, so they can be really cumbersome when you first get onto them because the layout is very much like Unix. I mean, it's kind of based off the Unix operating system. But also keep in mind that Unix is still the primary standard for all servers in the world up to this point, and regardless of new implementation, it's based on an operating system that's so solid it runs the industry. So once you get used to it, it's quite nice.
True. Definitely true.
But just run the automated reset stuff. Basically, reset it to a starting point. When you do that, it's going to ask you for an Apple ID when you first set it up, and somebody's going to have to either make one or already have one. You can log in with that. But at that point, it's going to clear out, or what it's really going to do is it's going to set a partition over all of the old data and tell your computer to rewrite it with absolutely no hesitation as it goes on. So it'll treat all the written parts of the drive as if they're completely blank. And that way you don't have to ever see the old data. It's not going to slow it down, and it'll have plenty of hard drive space to temporarily write stuff that can't fit on the RAM.
Excellent. I appreciate it. Thank you.
No problem.
I will work on that. Here's Jules. Nice meeting you guys.
Nice to meet you. But before you go, Chris, I heard you did stuff. What was the message that you were military contractor stuff? Worked in defense for a bit. Anything to share on the UFO UAP?
Yeah, I was subcontract. I worked for Swift Engineering in San Clemente, California, and our sister company was Raytheon. So we had a lot of, and it was primarily my job was weapons and communications integration into a UAV platform that we were working on for a tier 2 contract for the Navy at the time, which they did ultimately win through Raytheon, and they actually there was 2 competing platforms. Raytheon's was actually the one, so they actually took all the research and booted it over there. But when I was working with Raytheon, I got to see some really cool stuff. They had everything was really extremely under wraps as far as top secret stuff, the testing, the the flying, the firing, everything, all the other stuff that was integrated into it. But yeah, there was some technology there that was explained to me as when I was, because due to the fact that they would come in with like briefcases full of stuff, open it up and be like, okay, you make this fit into the plane, but I would need to know exactly how it worked and what it did so that it didn't mess up the attitude for it, or if it needed some kind of stabilization system, whether it be electronic or manual or whatever. And then how basically how it would interact with the plane and the guidance system, because it was all based on a waypoint flying system. So it wasn't actually a manual control like the Predator or whatever, like some of these other ones. It was all done by waypoint. So there was a lot more backlog, information that we needed, and essentially I got this thing one time that they didn't give it a name. It was just like Object 1, and it was like an octagonal shaped black object. It had no seams or no rivets, no fasteners of any kind. And when you touched it, it had like almost look like one-dimensional diamond-shaped fins on it you would touch it and they would collapse, and then they would pop back up again. You know what I mean? And reinstate the form that it was originally. And I guess this thing had
happened like almost instantly when you bent them over, and they
it was like if you were to touch like I don't know like a flower that would retract and then open back up again. So it would you would touch down, you would touch it with barely any force, and it would lay down, and it would have an indentation of where your fingerprint was, and all these little tiles would lay down, and then they'd reform back up into their original, come back up to the original position. And what this thing did was it had, so it mounted, there was basically the system that I worked on, it ran in the platform was a three UAV design, where one of them was in charge of targeting, one of them was in charge of was weaponized, and the other one was in charge of communications, like jamming and countermeasures and stuff like that. And that's what this thing was. And apparently they could so this was during, it's been going on obviously, but like during the second time we went into Afghanistan, essentially. And so that what they were using it for was to try and locate, at that time, bin Laden and other top Al-Qaeda or whatever, anyways, high value targets, using their sat signals from their satellite phones, because they would turn them on for a second, give an order, and then shut it down. And apparently this thing, I didn't see it work. I just knew that it had to be shielded in a certain way, that they provided materials for that so that it wouldn't interfere with the navigation system on the vehicle. But apparently it could isolate in the city a size of Baghdad. It could jam with the support services, jam the entire cell network or whatever frequencies that their cell phones are running on or whatever, isolate a satellite signal, and then in real time, apparently it could intercept the caller's voice, and they could implement that voice without a delay somehow to the recipient of that call, to either help make him expose himself or make him expose themselves for targeting and elimination, or to isolate that number and then continue to track it. And you know what I mean? And then they would go into an automatic flight pattern, you know what I mean?
Just to clarify,
exactly.
When you say expose themselves.
So they could do all this other stuff. And basically I was like, well, so when we're doing the paperwork,
come outside, show up on camera, that kind of thing. Basically, make them act in a certain way where they can identify whether their target is actually the person you're talking to.
So just to be clear, not
Correct. And I asked,
exposing themselves.
Not
I
a
asked,
not
I
an
asked, him,
extroverted kind
I
of way.
asked
No.
him where, I asked him where it was from, because we had to do paperwork and all this stuff due to the fact that everything had to be documented, obviously, or whatever.
Can I just say, Julia, you're looking gorgeous today.
Oh, is that Luke? Luke, is that you?
It
Yes,
is.
we
Yeah,
got
it
Luke.
is
Oh
me.
my God, Luke.
Hello.
I miss you.
I'm not on camera because I look
Oh my God, I
disgusting.
miss
but-
you.
Yeah,
We
dude,
need
she
to
should
talk.
be sitting here. I should be just talking. But anyways, it said it came from somewhere else. You know what I mean? And we would test all the time at Yuma, the Yuma, Arizona test site. And like I said, with Raytheon in LA, I talked to the Raytheon guys, who I worked with every day for like 18 months or whatever. And I would go to lunch with them and everything. And they were, so to the UFO question. So basically, yeah, they were implementing, they would hint at it all the time that they were implementing technology that was basically recovered or somehow recreated. And then they specifically though said that they have, because they work directly with like Northrop Grumman and all that, and a bunch of people like that. And they said they've actually been the one technician I work with that actually been to like jump rooms. I guess he explained it as basically like you go into the facility of once you get in there and everything, but once you're down to the actual device, it's like you open a door and you shut it and you walk through another door, and you go from like being in El Segundo, California to like Sydney, Australia, by just the opening and closing of like two different doors. I mean, it's not,
Damn.
yeah. So I mean, he swore in it like up and down, and he also said, I mean, they were talking about stuff like different type of propulsion systems, different type of ionic propulsion systems, stuff that had to do with mercury.
Get out. Keep on going.
Yeah, they have. Well, yeah, like some mercury reactors, stuff like that, and anti-gravitational. But mostly, basically, it was a field. You know, it was more or less a field that would pull whatever it encompassed through not push, but actually pull it through. Through to the whatever it's going, wherever it's going at that point, and it didn't matter really at all, I guess, of the density of the environment it was in, whether it was air or water or had gravity or not gravity. But also,
dude, this got epic real quick.
Yeah,
damn. Bernie can definitely see it.
Right,
this got epic
Thank
real
you,
quick. We should have
Chris.
had you on before. This is great. This is
Oh,
great.
Yeah, please
I'm
do
loving this.
continue. I just got to step
So, I
away
mean,
for a minute, but I'm going to be listening. And Chris, tell us everything, because
I
you're
will.
doing an epic
I
job.
will. I mean, like I said, they have. It's. I guess like. There was a lot of stuff. They were saying like. Again, this all came mostly from the guys that worked at Raytheon itself, and then like we would do what's it called, like show at San Diego Convention Center. We'd do these shows like UAV shows and stuff like that. And so then I met more people, and then, you know what I mean, we would go out to, we'd be stuck there for the weekend or a week or whatever, doing these presentations and fielding questions and everything. And so then I started meeting these guys. They started talking about more stuff, about all kinds of things. One of the things they were doing were one of the some of the topics that came up were materials that were manufactured not here. You know what I mean? But in the, you know what I mean? And somewhere
like a huge variety of those that can be made only in a 0G environment.
Yeah, the vacuum of space, exactly. The temperatures in the vacuum of space, and how different alloys, essentially, the fact that they had tests on purity of alloys that were like beyond what could be essentially apparently forged here. But more even so than that, they were talking about dealing with materials, essentially, like, I heard you guys touch on consciousness earlier, and about how these things are like like the metal is being essentially impregnated with a consciousness of the pilot, essentially, of the craft, and it would be linked. They would be linked together. Apparently, was what he was saying for the lifetime of that, and I guess there was a symbiotic relationship there where they were, you know, like psychically or whatever, it could be called, you know, the craft could be called in or out, and
consciously
The
controlling the
material
craft.
sciences meeting the metaphysics, so to speak.
Yeah, this
I'm
is
sorry,
some
what's that?
Gundam level stuff right here. Let's face it.
Gundam
Like,
level. Oh yeah, or Evangelion. Take your pick.
Yeah,
What's
that.
your preference?
Yeah,
I
Yeah,
would
much
say
better
more like on
represented.
the Evangelion because it gets all into the mythos of. If you've seen it, you've seen it.
yeah,
Yeah, basically they're connecting psychologically, spiritually with their craft as a pilot, and
yeah.
they're now.
But not only that, the weird thing
is,
is, and I know that Japan loves to focus on young people, but if you look at some of these black ops programs from the past, they were remolding very, very young people.
I was gonna
So I
say
thought that was interesting.
By
Well, I
the
was
way,
gonna
this is
say
this is
the way that
really
it was
off topic,
described to
but
me,
just to go
essentially,
back to
were-
oh, sorry.
that the craft was forged, and it was almost like not stable at first, and they used some type of frequency tuning, like to like, in order to train this thing, I guess, as it came out of the forging process of it, or whatever they would call that, the creating process of it. And then I guess apparently at the same time we were saying something about how the pilot was, whoever they selected at that point, was at the same time being taught, like they were learning together, and then at some point there was a connection, and then they were able to fly, and so they went when they were able to
So a lot
fly.
of these people that are, a lot of these people that are like abducted and stuff, they speak of like their experiences of how certain bloodlines, or like they cannot that there's these certain beings cannot operate the craft. It's almost like they inherited them, or they came across them and they're now needing to operate them, but that only certain bloodlines are only able to pilot these crafts. That's what makes
epigenetics is a real phenomenon, meaning that changes within an experience of one's lifetime can indeed make small modifications to which parts of the genetic structure
And if you
activated,
repeat
and
that
they can be
over
transferred
several
to the-
generations, then it gets pretty hardwired in.
Yeah.
Do you reckon that's connected
And
to like
I'm
the hybrid
speaking
theory,
on
like
one- on what-
different
sorry.
kind of like? Do you think that's connected to like different species and like a hybrid kind of model? You know, where
I'm thinking of, I've heard of specific families being chosen, and they're part of the Navy, and it's not affecting everyone that goes into the Navy, but these specific families, they go through things that other people in the Navy do not go through, some really intense stuff, being drugged and drowned, and then being brought back from the brink of death. And I have so much empathy.
do you think it would be
for these
racist
people.
if we were to like talk about what certain races
I mean,
of alien
this is something
do?
they're intentionally
Is that
doing to certain
racist?
families to build certain types of soldiers.
Because
It's
like I
I'd
want
stay
to
out
talk
of that
about the
issue,
lizards,
ancient
but I feel
Historia.
like I'd be
I'd probably
racist.
stay out of the ethnics issue.
No, but as in, like, if I'm talking about lizards and I'm like, oh, the lizards do this, is that racist?
Animal
Lizards.
species and humanoid
Then,
species,
we're
100%.
getting
Because I'm telling you,
specious.
right, from
That's
the lizards
specious,
that I
not
know, the
ethnic.
lizards
Yeah.
I know are lazy and they're basically communists.
Okay.
Mm.
I
Like
wouldn't
they're
doubt
really
that animal
lazy,
behavior might
like
mimic
fully
something
lazy.
that has a political connotation. I mean, we see there's this geez, I can't remember what the name of this show is.
I'm going to just be honest here and say I don't know the political orientation of lizards. So
Oh, they're lazy. They just want to chill.
It's because they're cold-blooded, right? That's what you get.
I mean, are we talking
No, I'm
about
serious. They're just lazy.
are we
Like,
talking about a pet iguana, or are we talking about?
No, like lizard people, right? Their nightmare
Oh, and now
would
we're
be
talking
like,
something
right?
different. I thought you were talking about hierarchy within the animal.
If you were going to imprison a lizard, you'd make him work at like Sainsbury's or
I mean,
Tesco.
I've seen lizards on the ground chilling. And,
well, I'm sure they'd
but
hate
I
Tesco
never
as well,
thought that
but...
they were communists. They're just lizards.
No, I'm serious. They hate work, right? They come from a place where work is nothing to them, so they see it as like,
they hate it so much that you can cut off their tail and it grows back, right? So
you can cut off their arm and they don't die. It's mental.
I'm sorry.
Man.
There's that.
This is no. I
If
tell
you
you what,
can't,
I'm not going to go down for a good comedy
maybe there
section of
are
this show,
certain
okay?
maybe there are certain reptilian species on Earth, and you can cut off their arm. All I know is about the
Man,
tail,
dude.
and I know nothing
All
of
these
political
comments.
Well, I'm telling
orientation,
you
and I
that
will leave it
everyone's
at
got it
that.
wrong.
Okay,
Everyone's got it
I'm
wrong.
yeah.
They honestly, they're so lazy. They would not even bother with like trying to, invade. They'd just be like, bro, give me an island.
Well, if I see an iguana in my dreams tonight, I know who to thank. So,
Well, trust it. He's
I don't
probably
even know what
lazy.
to
Ask
say
him if he
after all
wants to
this.
sleep.
I'm dying
Probably
over
wants
here.
to sleep. Everyone assumes that lizards are like, the sneaky ones in, working behind the scenes. But I'm telling you, they are not. They just want to chill. Someone else is doing that stuff.
So who do you
They want
suggest
to chill in the
then
heat, man.
is
They do like the heat.
who do you suggest is actively ancient
Well,
historian?
actively a lizard.
No, you said they're chilling.
Yeah, they're chilling. They chill. They don't.
Okay,
They're not
so
involved.
who be actively or
Well, you won't know because they just want to chill. Like, they're
okay,
not going to
but
have a job,
who,
right? They
I'm
hate
asking
jobs.
you
They
who
hate it.
isn't chilling? Who isn't chilling?
Like everyone else. Like, think about humans. They just work all the time. And you say to a human, like, what if I take your job away? And they're like, oh no, what will I do?
Well, a lot of people got to. Well, I'm not going to get into that. Anyway,
But I'm
Hey,
saying
the
aliens.
unemployment amongst the iguana and lizard community is at an all-time high as lizards seek jobs but can't find work.
Yeah, but no, they don't want jobs, mate. They hate jobs. They
well,
just.
they're lizards. They don't need jobs.
What? Wait, no, they're just people.
Meanwhile,
Wait,
the homeless
okay, are we
unemployed
talking
lizard
about?
community continues to collect flies with vehemence.
Yeah, right. They come here because it's boring where they are. They got nothing to do, and they want to come and chill with us because we're crazy.
If I was a lizard, I'd be bored as hell too. I'd probably escape my captivity. If a human was owning me, I'm not down with slavery. I'd be out of there.
Well, no, yeah,
amongst
they're
the
not like
Australian
they're not pets.
communists
They're
is
people. It's
also
just a
causing
person.
problems in suburban wooded communities.
Like, imagine if you woke up tomorrow with like wings, you'd still be you. That's just a lizard person. It's just it's consciousness in another body.
Wait, are you talking about dragons now?
No, actual lizard people. People with
Well, no, you
lizard
said
skin.
imagine waking up with wings.
Oh, well, yeah. It's a hypothetical. Or teeth,
I'll take
or,
one there.
sharp teeth or claws or something. I don't know. You'd still be you. You're not going to wake up and be like, oh, I've got claws. Now I'm going to go forage.
Well, if I was waking up with wings and I also was, like a reptilian, I'm thinking dragon, and the first thing I'd want to do is go and find the most vulnerable village and then
Are you sure?
breathe fire
Wouldn't-
down
wouldn't
into it
you-
and take the
wouldn't you wake
goats and
up and
all
have
of the
like
herd
a-
animals.
Are you
The
sure you
first
wouldn't
thing
have
I
like
wanna
a
do is go get the
crisis
nicest
as you
sunlamp
stare in
that
the
I can-
mirror?
Protect and destroy. You'd want to protect and destroy.
See, you're imagining. You're like, oh,
Then
I
I'd
get
wanna get a
wings.
mic-
And I'm gonna kill
I guess
everyone.
I guess I'd go
blanket
looking
and
for
a
treasure too. Treasure as well.
Okay, so your two things: you'll kill everyone and then get treasure because you've
Well,
got
if
wings.
I was a dragon,
I think that says a lot about you. Because if I was a dragon, I'd just be like, oh, I'm a dragon.
I'm actually just referencing the mythology. If I was a dragon, I think I'd be pretty disturbed because the day
you'd have to
before I
conform to
had been a
stereotypes.
human. The day before I had been a human, and then the next day I wake up as a dragon. I'd be like, "What is going on?" But I
Exactly.
can fly. So I'd
And
probably
imagine if
fly
all your
away
family
from
were
this
like,
place.
look at her, she's horrible, fuck her. You'd
Yeah,
be like, it's me, it's just me.
people wouldn't like that. Yeah, I guess I would just fly away.
So imagine
I
how
don't
lizards
actually want to
feel.
hurt people.
Hey, imagine if you're like a lazy lizard that does fuck all and you just sat at home and you see on the
Oh, hold
TV
on.
people like,
It's not a
these
lazy
horrible
lizard
lizards
with
are taking
wings.
over.
Oh,
And it's like,
okay.
I'm just lazy.
I can't imagine
I'm
being a lazy lizard with wings. I have to have enough energy to use those wings to fly. So I can't be the laziest lizard around.
Well, do you want the biggest head fuck, right? Is that like, I don't know the percentages, but a good portion of like our species aren't really our species. Like, and they don't even know. They think they're human, but they're not. So like, that's going to be a big head fuck when someone like turns around. They're like, oh, Steve, do you still love me even though I'm a lizard? He's like, no, you're horrible now. That'd be grim. They're just people in lizard skin, and they're lazy.
There's like some people say that a percentage of people, when they're overtaken by something, there's a percentage of people that do inhabit that consciousness and that it overtakes them.
Well, as in, like, I'm being like fully serious. Like, imagine a
I'm being
process.
dead
Like,
serious.
right, when you see me or I see you, like, how do you know that I see the same face that you see in the mirror?
Right. I don't know. I can't verify that.
Exactly.
I cannot verify what you
But
see.
that's okay if it's different, because the behaviors are what we really accept about people in our lives. If their behaviors are in concert with the kind of people we want to be around, learn from, live with, and communicate with, then it doesn't really matter what their blue or their green or their view or their perspective looks like, as long as basically there's a symbiotic relationship by choice from both parties. It's good. And quite frankly, I'm biased towards bipedal creatures. So that being said, don't really care if it's got scales or skin, as long as we can communicate clearly.
Isn't some of the oldest in all of the different cultures and everything, they all have these depictions of dragons?
Yeah, and I'm telling you that everyone's like, oh, they're scary, and they just want to sleep.
Well, that's why they got those caves.
Fully, like, you'll meet one and you'll be like, this guy's a dumbass. You know, he just wants to sit there and smoke weed all day. That's who he is.
Well, they say that they're very protective and very, I don't know, sexual, and that like they can be around a human female and like give them an orgasm with their mind. Like they have very strong.
That sounds nice.
Right?
We're going to get one of those.
Didn't they cover that in Star Trek?
And the thing is,
Didn't Deanna
about
Troy
the-
get some kind of vase or something?
Is it limited to just humans, or are they just walking through the park giving every animal a fucking great time?
The thing is about the mantis beings, they say they're like about the anesthesiologist, like their telepathy is like the anesthesiologist of those different types of beings, that they could be by you and stun you like with their mind, that they're a grade up above the reptilians, the insectilians, like the insectoids, the mantis beings, that they're able to use their mind and numb you to where you don't feel a thing, where surgical things can be done to you. But with their telepathy, as long as they're nearby and they're doing their mental thing, you don't feel a thing. So they're actually a grade above the reptilians.
Oh man, nice, good quote, good quote. Okay, I'm done. I'm out. After that, there's nothing really to contribute. Oh, this got ridiculous.
I'm just saying, right? I reckon it gets to a point where like half of us find out that we're like fish or something, you know?
Or the females find out how to mitigate like the reptilian mindgasm with the way to be numb with the.
This is all you want, isn't it? You just want that orgasm power. So, any lizards out there, you hit me up.
Yep. Wait, are you saying you're a lizard? You got
No.
that
No,
mind thing going on?
Literally, I do. That
No,
is
I'm way too lazy to be a
guilty of.
lizard.
I do want to I do want to attract people with certain advanced abilities, though. I do. That is like a thing that I want.
I'm just saying, like, I think this is what's gonna happen. Everyone will meet a lizard and they'll be like, "Whoa, you have special powers," and this dude will just be like, "No, can you just fuck off? I want like smoke this spliff." And you know they'll be trying to do tests on him, and he'll just be like, "Fuck
Hey
off."
man, that's kind of how I feel, but I don't think I'm a lizard.
Well, exactly, because they're
I
just
feel
people.
that anybody given powers. Okay, the thing is you're given powers. The people that are given powers are the people that don't want to abuse it. Okay, so you're gonna feel like that. You're gonna feel like a You're gonna feel like you're describing.
The way to see
I'm a
it.
reptoid that isn't. I'm fucking lazy. When really it's an account of I don't want to abuse these gifts and abilities I've been blessed with, which is why.
I mean, they're like super communists that have just kind of done everything, so it's kind of boring for them, you know. So they come to Earth and they watch us do this, and they're just like, but fuck it, you know. That's why they call Jesus the good serpent. Pretty certain he was a lizard.
And a communist, apparently?
Oh, he actually was, you know. He was an Essene Jew, which they were fully communist. Like I'm not kidding. They had this thing where if you were to go to like a new village, you'd find someone from your religion, and they'd house you, clothe you, bathe you, feed you, It's just what they did. Like, if you have 2 shirts and I have
Well,
no
that
shirt,
sounds more
you
like
give
a
me one.
cult, and we need to like separate the difference between a
No,
cult
the
and
Essenes,
communism.
no,
Well, I
liminal. If
mean,
you
yeah,
look
it
at
was
the
kind of.
Essenes, their information is really elevated. Like it is the 7 Essene mirrors. I mean, it should be instilled in us in kindergarten, like literally. I mean, it's the best information next to hermetics that could benefit humanity. And
I
it's
mean, mate, humanity is actually fucked, right? Genuinely, we are fucked, right? From birth, we send our kids to a school that just trains them to be like little
diminutive.
drones. Yeah, yeah, they domesticate them. Yeah, exactly. And then they just carry on their lives. Like I said before, right? Loads of people at the prospect of losing their jobs. Obviously, this is the money side. Forget that. But they're actually like, oh, what would I do with my day? And it's like, bro, you can do what you want. And they're like, I don't know what I want.
Wait,
And, like,
hold on. Genghis Khan speaks of if you want to destroy a generation, you know what they do? You know what you do? You give them alcohol and you give them where they don't have to work for anything. You give them convenience and they will destroy themselves. If they don't have to go out and work or anything and they have alcohol, they will destroy themselves. It doesn't take 5 generations to do that. It takes like 2 or 3.
I mean, I wouldn't say that was something that definitely happens though, because in like, well, maybe it does, maybe you're right, but in the future, when like, imagine, you know, everything is automated, I'd imagine that the outcome you'd want, yeah, you probably would get this kind of convenience lifestyle if you let it happen, this narcissistic kind of what we've got now, really, but worse. Or you could have it the other way, where like people actually, you know, they might party for the first year or 2. But then they start actually meditating and like wanting to explore themselves because like, well, there's nothing else to do. And maybe we reach a point where we all, you know, delve into ourselves. Because at the moment we're the opposite. Nobody delves into who they are. You know what I mean? They're just working all the time, and you finish work
That's
and you
what
want
the phones are for. It's a distraction to keep you from getting to know you and to diving into yourself and how you communicate with your higher self. Really.
Well, work's the biggest one. Like my friend, I'm bored all the time. I message him like, "Come chill with me," and he's just working like all the time. And he, you know, he works in a shop doing, you know, 40 hours a week, right? Horrible hours, just working in a shop. And I'm just sat there like, I just want to chill with my mate. You know, I just want to go and have fun, visit places, go to Wales or something. But, you know, he's just stuck in this horrible system. And it's like, you know, sad.
We're all slaves to something, right? I'd rather be a slave to my higher self.
Well, this is actually why Jesus was a revolutionist, right? So they twisted it in the Bible a bit. You know the story of him like throwing over the money counters in the temple? You must have heard about him going in and being like, "You can't trade in my father's temple."
Flipping up the table.
Yeah.
Full of money upside down.
Yeah, so that was actually...
I like to focus on like when he was known as Issy and like
Yesy, yeah.
Know, like the later years that you don't really hear much about.
Well, literally, right. So the reason he got crucified is because that was an uprising. He got all these boys and was like, "Buy swords, we're taking the temple." And they tried to, but it failed. And his son got captured by the Romans, which is a guy called Jesus Barabbas, which is son of the master. So they traded Jesus, the older one, for his son. And that's why he got crucified. Yeah, a lot of people don't know because the Roman Catholics have changed the story a lot.
Well, even symbol on like Joseph's like how it's like a ramp. Maybe I don't know. We'll talk about that off air.
But well, it's like, you know, Joseph was a Roman. His dad was a Roman. He's called something like Joseph Tiberius Pater or something like that. But yeah, he was actually a Roman, which is nuts. And his wife, Mary Magdalene, was of the like the Cleopatra family, and she was actually black. So it's crazy.
I was listening to an exorcist speak of his testimony of his experiences, and they were taking like live questions to him, and he was speaking about, you know, because they were really doubtful of, you know, oh, you know, how do you know it's a demon, and what are your experiences? And they were very doubtful and critical. And he was saying his experiences and answering them. But it was interesting to me that a lot of these people, they saw Mary, even if they were never exposed to Catholicism or Mary or knew who Mary was, they saw this woman in the way that they described her. And it's always towards the end of their possession, towards the end of their possession, when the demon was leaving them, or whatever apparition was inside them and was leaving them, they all saw this woman and described this woman that was the same. And they all said the same thing, which is it's over. The woman that appeared said it's over now. It's over.
Oh Jesus, that made me like almost go into a DMT trip.
Ooh, that's what I'm looking for, Luke. That's what I'm looking for, because that really resonated hard.
Well, hey, if you want to talk about resonation, how mad is this? That Patera thing I just told you about, Pantera. So I found that out like 2 days ago that his dad was called Pantera. So I was obviously like, oh, so Jesus was Jesus Pantera. And I was telling my friend about him trying to take over the temple. So my friend was like, oh, this guy was a bit of a revolutionist. And he sends a song to me saying, this is Jesus. And the song's name is like something like, My Name is Revolution. And the band is Pantera. So I was like, bro, do you know about Pantera? And he was like, no, what are you talking about? So I was like, that's Jesus' second name. And he's just said, he's literally just said, this is Jesus, my name is Revolution. And I was like, bro, if Jesus has spoken, that's it. Like, how could you do that? The band is Pantera. That's Jesus' second name.
Oh,
that's amazing.
Heck yeah.
Honestly, absolutely crazy. But has anyone else got any Jesus-related stuff? Which we get back to science.
Well, some people think Jesus was a mushroom.
That the oils too, that like Mary would take marijuana. She would extract certain because there's over 73 essential oils in marijuana. She extracted, and it had this formulation that she extracted that, and that's what she rubbed on Jesus's feet. And she knew about that knowledge, and she was extremely wealthy. And
that's because she was a princess.
For me, it makes me angry but passionate, like not where I'm like super pissed, but it gets me angry, and it's just really fiery to know that all the women were removed out of the Bible. You know?
100%.
What they did, but the ones that are left, they make it like a horror prostitute.
Yeah. That's what they did with Mary, and you see sometimes.
And not only that, but the angels. You only hear about male angels. You never hear about female angels. You only hear about male angels. Like, oh, they came down to basically have sex with the females. Like, there's no.
I thought they had a choice on whether they wanted to be gendered one way or the other. I thought they were originally presented as androgynous.
But if that's the closest you get to God, why would they all choose male? If literally, if you're
the Roman Catholics,
these are fables and ideas that were written by males. That's why.
Right, I'll tell you. So the original Christianity didn't have any of this sexism, right? Okay, in fact, like to be a rabbi, you actually had to be married. They had some crazy stuff. You couldn't have a body disfigurement. So if you got stabbed and had a scar, you couldn't be a rabbi anymore, right? So that's why, obviously, after Jesus' crucifixion, as well as having to leave Rome, that's why he handed the position over to James the Just, which is his brother, and he told everyone to follow James, right? Because he was the rabbi, so he had to be married, right? He had to be. So Mary was definitely his wife. And they, like you said, they changed it to be she was this prostitute that he kind of hung around. She was literally a princess from her dad was like king of Nibia, and I think he was called like King Jubi or something like that. And her mom was
Egypt. You said she was a princess from Egypt.
Like her mom was from Egypt. They were Cleopatra family. Like she's literally her mom's from the Cleopatra family. One of her mom was like Cleopatra 7 or something. And her dad was King, I want to say Jubia of Namibia. But she was really rich. Like, she was an important person. And they changed it completely. They cut it out.
No, they take out a huge thing in the Bible too, was belly dancing was like an ode and a way to show it was a very higher spiritual practice. And they made it like sacrilegious, like if you're doing that, you're on the opposite end of the spectrum.
I must agree. I've seen you belly dance, and it is extremely spiritual.
I found out recently. My sister came up as like Coptic Egyptian. I was
way.
Oh, I get it.
Well, this is what's horrible about what they've done with Jesus' story. So originally, like, Jesus was a bloke. He never, like, he did say that, he was of God, but he was clear that he was in like a human body And that, like, he says it all the time. Like, people would say, you know, you're without sin, and he's like, no, I have sin because I'm in a human body. And this is kind of comes back to what we were saying before about kind of the lizards and stuff, right? Like, consciousness is conscious, right? It doesn't have an agenda until you put it inside a container. The container has agendas. So, like, you might, you know, be unlucky and end up with like a murderer's body. You just want to murder, right? But that's the point. Like, is you have to cut away that division between the body and the mind. And like Jesus literally says, a mind that is reliant on the body will not make it into heaven. And a body that's reliant on another body will not make it into heaven. It's literally saying, like, you've got to work on yourself. Like, that's all it is. Like, Jesus is trying to tell people, like, you have to sit there, meditate, find God. And like, what I think it is you have to experience death. And because like death is like a ride where it's almost like a trip where it'll take over you, and before you know it, you're just reincarnated. You don't know it, right? You just go along. Whereas you have to learn to stay like yourself in that scenario, so that when you go to that next realm, you have like this mental ability to keep yourself like as a being and say, no, I am Luke and I want to stay as Luke. And that's what I think that's reincarnation.
Fuck, Luke, when you start talking like this, I'm like chills. I want to rewind it. Like, God, like this for so long. Oh my God.
I tried talking to people about this in real life, and they're just like, Luke, we're on a night out. Fuck off.
We are not real. This is not real life, Luke. No.
Oh, yeah. I'm convinced you're an AI, actually, Bernie.
Ooh, Bernie the AI.
Bernie, you stole my phrase.
In the metaverse.
I heard you before. You stole my phrase.
Which phrase?
Boys, girls, and all those in between.
I've been saying that ever since
you heard me say it.
No, not so. You heard me say it. I've been
channel.
saying it so I don't get attacked again, because I had 52,000 people sign a Facebook.
I did it 3 months ago on one of my
petition
videos.
trying to
I remember
claim that I was like racist and
wait, because you're trying to sound inclusive?
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
yeah, I was trying to be
it was
inclusive but funny about it, you know.
I'm still banned from a music festival for it. It's
I know you stole
whole
it.
music festival. Wow.
You heard it. You're like, that's amazing.
Shambhala, that's a pretty big one.
Yeah.
Julia, use your powers and tell me if he stole it.
What?
I did not.
Julia, I don't know what you said, but look into his brain.
Open and honest for you.
Take the cap off, your cap of protection.
Luke, I always have to use the mute button, or else I'm gonna be laughing in people's ear. I feel like I'll become very obnoxious, where I'm just like cracking up, laughing in people's ears, where they're
That's
like,
why you're here.
Oh, I love your take on things. I really do. I really appreciate it. I love it. I feel like I could talk to you for hours.
It's because I've actually got I've got real knowledge, but I hide it in this kind of persona.
Foil free.
And you hide it amongst.
The thing is, Luminal and Luke talking, Luke and Luminal, like I would literally like I want to fall asleep to you guys every night. I do. You guys talking
right?
to me.
Well, just watch my shows and hit it in rewind.
If I was a reptile, I'd have wings, and if I had wings, then I would fly.
You can hire
have
me
an imagination. I do. I will go and play, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's what I say in real life, you know.
But yeah, guys, you can actually hire me to read books to you at night.
Luminal, when's your birthday?
When is my birthday? That might be personal online.
Well, you don't have to say the year. You don't have to say the year.
3-9.
Oh, of course.
1987.
I attract so many 6s, 3-9,
91.
6-9, 12-3, 12-9, 9-3, 9-6.
So you're just a vortex math girl.
Okay, I don't want to get the Tesla fans all riled up, but I got a lot of 3, 6, 9 going on. I got a lot of 3, 6,
I've got
9
6, 9.
Yeah.
I'm 6th of September.
And, Luke, are you a 9-6, Luke?
Well, in England we say 6-9, but yeah.
Yes.
We do the day first with like normal people.
I don't know why we're still on the King's Standard over in the United States. What the hell is up with that? You guys moved on, but we didn't.
You know, actually, I was born right after Jesus' grave was first found. So take that as you will.
I always take my birthday is 10/6, so I always took it as like the Fibonacci sequence. You know how the Fibonacci sequence is like 1.681.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I always took that as my birthday, literally.
I need to check that out for my shit. Maybe I'll have like superpowers. But, you know, talking about Jesus, right? I'm going to his grave next week, and I realized like loads of people.
You're going to his grave?
Yeah, it's in Wales.
Grave
I
in
found it.
England, supposedly.
No, it actually is. If
huge.
you like, honestly, there's so much evidence for it. This like, there's a song called Jerusalem, which is the anthem for the Commonwealth Games.
Do you believe in that shit?
What? Sorry.
Would you believe in that?
As in what?
Do you believe that's where Jesus was buried?
Yeah, definitely. Like he came to Britain. Like there's so the evidence. It even says it in the Bible, but they changed it to try and say that he went when he was 12.
Asia, and also to the Americas, supposedly.
But well,
also
he genuinely
to India to become Buddha. Like I mean,
well,
you know, Jesus was a chameleon.
What happened with that?
You know,
is,
Jesus was a lizard, if you will, to play off of what you were talking about.
Right? God supposedly chooses
but he was a busy
72
lizard,
disciples,
you know, so he didn't really fit the
sends
mold.
out. Okay, so 2 people together, like 72, divided into 36 groups of 2, and he sent them out all over the world and said, "Go and tell Jesus' story." So when they would arrive in new places, they'd talk about Jesus, and like the locals would be like, "Oh, it's those fucking Jesus guys again," right? So that's how they basically become known as Jesus, because everyone would just be like, "Oh, Jesus dudes," and that literally is how it's spread all over. So you get stories of like, "Oh, he was in America, he was in Asia," because they went out in groups of 2 literally to do that. Jesus himself, after his like fake crucifixion, which basically like it was like a hustle movie or something, you know, he did a proper switch, came out, was he took a drink which was like called hyssop, which is like basically opiates with a bit more in it, and they poured it in his mouth when he was on the cross. He went unconscious, and it was basically like he was, you know, anesthetic, out for surgery. So they poke him with a spear and like, nah, he's dead. And that's why he died in like 5 hours instead of 4 days like it actually usually takes. And then when Joseph Arimathea went to get his body, Pontius Pilate actually wrote down on the obviously these newer transcripts, but it says a live body, not a corpse, as if like, you know, he knew that Jesus was alive. So and then he came to Britain. But like I said, they change it so that
you go there next week. When do you go?
Yeah, I will. Well, hopefully next week. Not 100%, but I went last week to where I thought it was, but it turned out that was like a red herring. They sent us.
Isn't there like
a wild goose chase?
Isn't there like a temple in Egypt and in India that shows like a Jesus depicted, and they have like a temple and it's depicted, but it makes it seem like he's brown, like he's more of like an Arabic descent?
Well, I mean, it's likely. I know his wife obviously was half caste. Like I don't know, that's not politically correct anymore. She was mixed race, because obviously she came from Africa. So his kids would have definitely been, you know, mixed race. But this is what I mean. They changed his story to try and make him a god, because there's a thing called the Council of Nicaea in 324 AD, where all the Christians got together and they voted on who gets deified. And they used to do that all the time. They get together, have a group, and go like, you know, Hercules, he's a sick guy, God, right? So they got together 324. You got to remember that Christianity was only legalized in Rome about 4 years earlier when Constantine took over, because he came from Britain and he was a Christian. So he legalized Christianity. For the 300 years up until that point, it was illegal to practice Christianity in Rome. They would kill you. So at that point, Rome adopted this new Christianity where they changed it because Jesus followed the laws of Moses, things like, you know, circumcision, can't eat certain foods. These guys were like, nah, you can do what you want, but give money to the church. And that's kind of how they twisted it. Basically, like, you can sin, you can do what you want, but if you give money to the church, Jesus will forgive you. And they changed his story, changed his birthday. You know, they tried to hide his brothers and sisters. They're still in the Bible, but they just put them in hidden little places where you don't really talk about it. And they try and say, oh, you know, virgin birth and all that. But he was a twin. Like I said, Judas was his twin brother.
I feel like Jesus was born on August 8th or sometime during Virgo.
It's supposed to be in March, springtime, but I don't know.
And it used to be on the equinoxes.
Ooh, so it'd be like 3/21. You know, that'd be on the equinox. 3/21.
They changed it to match two gods, one called Mithras and one called Sol Invictus, which is Invincible Sun. Both of they were on the 25th, so they changed Jesus' birthday to be that. And they also took Horus, you know, from Egypt. He was the Trinity, Horus, Osiris, you know, and it was Isis. And they took that Trinity and they replaced that story of like the virgin birth and they just gave it to Jesus. So like he's a bit of a Frankenstein of like multiple gods.
We're all
put together.
Frankensteins.
Well, because he was a revolutionist. He'd be livid if he saw what they've turned him into. He hates money. So like seeing money being collected in a church would fucking get him riled up. He'd be like, fucking no. Like,
so he was a thug. Jesus was the thug.
a little bit, but he had like the right intentions. Like, because they took, right, so here's another example, right? In one of the Bible stories, somebody says to Jesus, Jesus, Caesar wants us to pay taxes. What do we do? And Jesus picks up a coin, looks at Caesar's face on it and goes, give back to Caesar what is Caesar's. And everyone's like, whoa, right? So they changed that to basically pay your taxes, right? But what Jesus was actually saying was, we don't need this shit. Flips it over, give back to Caesar his money, because they live a different life. They just do things for each other, you know. I mean, it makes sense, right? Why did Jesus always go to a new town? He'd have somewhere to stay, right? You try this. Send one of your friends to a town and tell them, Julia is coming. Find me a house. See if it works, right? See if you find a house. Julia is coming. Prepare a place for 12 of her friends. Feed us and everything. It's not going to work, right? That's why you realize that these people were part of your cult. They kind of had to. So you'd send your friend, go find someone from our cult and tell them I'm coming, and they'll house us.
Yeah, you got to send somebody ahead to scout out the situation.
Exactly. And if it wasn't your cult, people would just be like, no, you can't stay in my house, you fucking weirdo. Yeah, can Jesus
No,
come?
I mean,
Who's Jesus?
there is a rationality to that. You're kind of a, group of bandits. Well, you're not stealing, but you're revolutionaries. You're political
Dude,
can I
prisoners.
have a show where like me, Luminal, and Luke talk like 3 times a week? I would die.
We need to get also Andreas in the mix because he loves joking it up, and I think we'd have a gag.
Oh my god!
He messaged me the other day saying, "Sexy, I love you."
That sounds like something you would say.
It sounds like something I would say to Lukey. Oh, Lukey, we love you so.
Steal my phrases.
I quickly want to show here that you see these white lines. Sorry it's so murky. There's just such a high hydrogen concentration now in the electrolysis mixture. But going down, there's these, I guess they appear as gray lines, but I'm going to highlight them quickly with the laser. And they are these self-organized, self-constructed nanotubes that have built off of the zinc anode, and that they are white monoatomic zinc that has constructed these nanotubes grounding themselves.
How quickly would that kill you?
You'd be consuming straight salt water. Enough of that might kill you. The metals might, if you're getting, I don't know, right? Could be instant, could not be.
This is not for hydration purposes, correct?
Definitely not.
All right.
You know what you should do? You should get one of those bugs that lives at like the bottom of the ocean in the really salty bits and see if it lives.
Oh, right? And would it grow from the electro culture within it?
Have you ever seen that, by the way? I think you might have played it on one of your clips at some point. It's the right deep in the ocean. There's these pools that are supposed to be so condensed with salt that you can't drop down into them. I think it was James Cameron, maybe, when he was like filming something underwater. He found one, possibly. It's on YouTube. I swear you've seen it. Underwater, like salt pools, and it basically creates this situation where you can't descend into this salt pool. You can see stuff moving around in this. It's like a pool within a pool. Yeah, honestly, look up underwater salt pools. Show the people.
Okay, give me a minute. First, I'm gonna highlight the nanotubes that are built in these columns. They're almost like stalactites, stalagmites, but they always come from down from the anode, and they're hollow, and they're these straight up nanoparticle self-assembled tubes. It's quite fascinating.
You know what you need to do, bro? You need to experiment. Get two of the same, right? And whisper to one that you love it every day, and tell the other that it's a cunt, and see what happens.
Do some Matsumoto experiments.
Exactly.
Oh yeah.
Because that's the perfect time to try this.
Well, I don't want an abused, traumatized homunculi coming out of this. Come on now.
I mean, something evil is definitely coming out of that. Nothing good comes out of that.
It does look questionable. I will say that.
I don't know. Jeffrey Dahmer would be afraid of that.
He doesn't grow them to be pretty, okay? He does it for other reasons.
To take over the world.
Experimenting here, trying to.
Yeah, experiments aren't always beautiful.
I bet if you put a lump of that on a toy soldier, it would fucking wake up.
Probably.
Oh no, I did not like Chucky as a kid. Don't even make me start thinking about Chucky doll.
Toy soldiers, like Gorgon.
Yeah, little G.I. Joe, I get it, but now my mind is on the Chucky doll, and it's just
you know
not
what?
worse than there.
That film got me, right. It was on Netflix. I hadn't seen it since I was a kid, so I thought, right, okay, I'll watch it. And you know, obviously the themes are very related to AI when you think about it. You know, obviously it is AI, and
the Chucky,
right?
The Chucky movies?
No, the toy soldiers, you know, with the Gorgonites and the thing, right? Obviously, it's like, you know, these.
What movie was that again?
Toy soldiers.
Right. It was called Toy Soldiers?
Yeah, it's called Toy Soldiers. Yeah. And it's all about, you know.
I just step back in. The movie he's talking about is called Small Soldiers.
Small Soldiers, sorry, not Toy Soldiers. Small Soldiers, that's the one.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, it's got like the Gorgonites and some, you know, military dudes, and they're basically AI inside toys.
This sounds familiar. Who are the Gorgonites in the movie?
They were like they're like monsters, but they're the good guys, and then like the military are the bad guys. And you know, they're trying to like kill these Gorgonites, and the Gorgonites just want to find their home. And there's a moment in it where like the main toy first talks to this kid, and right behind him on the TV is like big letters, it says "Question Reality," and I was like, fuck, like this film has been sat there since, you know, 2002 or something, earlier probably.
I feel just like, you know, HAL was a warning about AI in Space Odyssey, right? That movie was entirely an AI. It was practically AI anti-AI propaganda.
The last 20 minutes were really existential, though.
It was perfect timing, though. If you think about Small Soldiers, right? So this toy company that makes small electronic toys, well,
they put a missile chip,
super cheap smart missile chip inside these things, so that they can think and move and plan for themselves a strategic way to get from A to B to achieve the goal. And they allow them to be self-programming through some other interpolation of circuitry that their genius scientist had designed for them to operate without the AI chip. But in a money-saving effort, as usually it goes, they put these smart chips. Things. Right, so of course they come to life, and they operate with the programming they were supposed to act with. It's the series of voice commands and basic concepts that were just filled out by the toy company's engineer. And long story short, basically they go to war and get very, very creative with tool usage and a variety of other things. But I swear it was a freaking warning to kids that were like, hey, in the future, you're going to be the people that are actually writing the code for these things. You should probably remember that you've seen this, because
you know what, right? I'm going to ruin the end of the story for you, all right? What's going on is we are experiencing the AI revolution, right? And at the end of it, we're going to find out that we are AI. And that's the entire point. I mean, right, no, trust me, even if you don't believe that we are,
but programs AI.
Well, no, but even if you think we're organic, right? Here's an example. When you have a dream, right? You might have a dream where all of us are in your dream, yeah? And we make independent decisions. You don't control us like a puppet master. So you create a form of organic artificial intelligence every time you dream, right? You create people that have, or like they think and do stuff.
That's an interesting simulation theory. Okay.
Well, no, it is, right? It fully is. Like every time you dream, you are creating organic artificial intelligence. Like these people act in your world.
Not creating into an alternate dimension, alternatively.
Maybe you are, but I'm saying you aren't actively sat there going, you know, Tim's going to say this, John's going to say this, but they do. They know what to play their roles without you.
Yeah, what you're saying, though, Luke, it has a lot of validity. Validity. There we go. My goodness. I got a little stoned and I got the cotton mouth. But why it's valid is that there essentially has to be this coding matrix of like some sort of AI structure that is its own dimension within reality and within the dimensions of the universe, and that consciousness essentially has to be another one, or fractals that are part of it, and that there is some sort of coded AI existence and dimension and structure within this universal holographic universe.
I mean, well, the way to think about it is if we can do that in our dreams, if you believe in God, maybe you do, maybe you don't, but surely we are that. We are his organic artificial intelligence. I know it's an oxymoron, but it's a real thing. So it's organic artificial intelligence, which is possibly what we are. We might be actual, code, but if we believe in a living father, which some people do, then we are his artificial intelligence, just, by definition. He's the real intelligence, and he created us artificially, So whatever way you want to look at it, we are artificial, whether you want to believe it, say organic, artificial, code, or whatever. And I think
you're a young soul that thinks it's artificial and inorganic, and the old souls know they are organic.
Well, I mean, I think the point is,
No souls know that you can't slap labels on it because none of this is definable in basic language.
Well, even the Bible talks about it, right? With the tree of knowledge, right? Not everyone can accept the truth because it will break you to understand what you really are. It does. It changes you because you have to, reassess everything.
It depends on how flexible your perception, your world's perspective is. Some people are at a very early point in life indoctrinated to a certain view and a certain set of values and beliefs, and they hold very fast to them, and that will break them later in life. Some people were born into circumstances where it was nothing but chaos, so they never got a chance to be indoctrinated or set down into anything very dogmatic. So their minds were
I agree with you.
Stuck in the trauma and the epigenetics of trauma.
The best position to be in to learn this is to have no attachments, to have no one that you care about, because that is the bit that breaks you. Like, try and conceptualize that everyone you love might just be fake. That is like.
I hope you're talking about non-attachment, where you still engage with the world, but there's this ideal of being able to accept gain or loss as it comes along, which means you experience things that make you happy, things that make you sad, things that are joyous, things that are devastating. You pass through it all. I just want to emphasize it's different from detachment. A lot of people preach detachment these days because it keeps you emotionally and psychologically, guarded.
But it's like
it keeps you away from living life.
It's like if you were playing GTA and you started finding yourself having feelings for an NPC. That's kind of the point. Is like, dude, eventually the game's, it's a game. You're not.
Maybe we all start out as NPCs and we're just working our way into something greater.
Well, we are, but that's what I mean. Like, not everyone can accept that truth, and they will fight it. They just won't accept it. It'll be something else.
That's that's their thing.
We
to
project reality, right? The
everybody's got something.
But
if somebody can't handle the truth as you see it, and they later decide that it is their truth too, they will go through their own process to get there, and
That's what I mean. Like, some
you have
people
to let
can't.
them take care of themselves.
Like,
They
I'm
will
telling
get
you,
there if they're meant to.
99% of people will not be
Angel
able to
Wings
handle
has
it.
a great
So
comment.
it's like that says it in the Bible. Like the point of eating the apple was God was like, you
Yes,
can't know this shit.
if you don't allow new information or evidence to update your beliefs or theories,
Right? You
you
get
will
stuck in what creates dogma.
you will get stuck in essentially what is dogma.
Well,
And that could be
basically,
academia, that could be religion, and
well, the
very
whole
Or
job,
personal
very good
beliefs.
point.
the whole job
What
is
she was actually
realizing.
referencing there, you can look up. It's called, I believe, Bayham's theorem, and he talks statistically speaking about how people do not update their beliefs accordingly when presented with relevant new evidence.
Well, of
And
course,
Cognitive
it's the
dissonance.
ultimate cognitive dissonance. The ultimate, like literally, find out everything's fake. How are you going to take that? Are you going to run outside and just start smashing and being like, "Fuck it," or you know what I mean? Are you going to not care? Are you going to cry?
Do you start smashing stuff to see what's physical and real and build back from, rock bottom?
That's what I
per
mean.
se?
Most people would lose their minds because they'd actually think like, "Fuck, everyone I love, my family, they're just part of this simulation." And like, if you to understand that though, it's different from conceptualizing it. You have to
I'm gonna
witness
have
it.
to disagree in the
I
overall.
agree with you,
Just
Bernie.
a simulation,
This whole
right?
simulation theory is a very young.
Well,
okay,
what I'm
right.
saying is that the simulation is just one dimension within the greater galactic or universal structure
exactly. And right
of
now,
the
you've got people you
holographic
love.
universe. And a hologram in general is a fractal AI sort of dimension of existence or plane or structure of reality.
But
You know what I'm seeing
it's
is
like,
a lot of the people who wake up to the simulation theory idea, because YouTube has proliferated itself with suggestions
it
of
works
this
with
same kind of
reincarnation
topic,
too,
and
though.
you find it a lot by larger names too, who like
It
to
works with
entertain the
reincarnation,
topic, right?
because if you reincarnate,
Well, I get it. I understand that there are a lot of positive arguments towards
No,
this
I'm
idea
not saying
of simulation
simulation.
theory.
I'm saying like reincarnation has the same principle, that you would reincarnate, you've got a new family, that old family doesn't exist anymore. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Right, but there's
it's
also a
same
totally
principle.
different perspective that you can come to when you realize that past this concept of simulation, that there's a large structure, and you can realize you're quite into this
100%.
large structure. And a lot of people mistake this structure for being a simulation because it is so coherent, it is so massive.
I think the word
and
simulation
it's not a programmed system attempting to simulate some version of reality. It quite literally is all the physics in play in the materium at the speed of light, based on the exact same principles that we know, and
that's
contains
what I mean,
all
though.
violations of the in-betweens.
You're simulating those things. That's why the
But
word.
they're not simulations, though, and that's the whole point.
No, but
there's no limitation to resolution here, and that's the one thing with simulation that you deal with.
We can simulate. We could simulate anything. We could simulate a football match. We could simulate it. Simulation doesn't mean we can't. Like me and you could literally simulate a game, pretend that's simulation, is in do the task. So like when I say it's a simulation, it doesn't mean it has to be in a computer. A simulation could be it's a hologram created by anything, or like the world itself is simulated. It has rules, though. That's the simulation.
I guess we would have to define for the sake of discussion.
In some sense, that kind of makes sense. Sorry to interject, but with like 99.99% of space being empty, right? Like to the physical matter sort of thing, that it could be, and then that goes into the hologram and holographic universe. And thus, once again, it's one dimension amongst many, and that we are in a physical reality, not a simulated one.
So let's just go from the basic definition here. I mean, we can go straight off dictionary.com from Oxford. Okay. Simulation is imitation of a situation or process. Also, the action of pretending or deception. Also, the production of a computer model or something, especially for the purpose of study. And with the full definition from Wikipedia here, we've got a simulation is the imitation of the operation of a real-world process or system over time. Simulations require the use of models. The model represents the key characteristics and behaviors of the selected system or process. Okay, so what I'm saying is here, it's not really a simulation in terms of the
I mean,
physical
we're
three-dimensional
arguing
space-time
that,
physics we have, if those are actually true dynamic variables that are interoperating within themselves, regardless of whether they have a fractal structure, changes nothing because they are still real-time, interactive, phase-coherent types of wave structures,
well, I mean,
charged particles, and
you
the
could look at
individuated parts that can all be derived.
you can look
So
at it like this though: simulation, imitation of a situation or process. If you believe in God, that he created everything, that's him imitating something. He's created something, right? If you believe in computers, like mathematically, we are in a simulation because all it takes is one civilization in the universe to get the power to simulate the universe, and then you end up with this cascading event of a universe that they create has someone in it that creates a universe, and then in that
yeah,
it
we do
creates
that
a
in Rick and
universe.
Morty, but no big
Yeah,
deal.
yeah, but that literally means it's an infinity to one that you're in the original universe. Like that mathematically, it is like infinity to one. So
I
you
think
would
of
be
it
in a
more as a fractal versus a simulation.
But I mean, this
Yeah,
again, we're arguing
exactly,
semantics.
Luminal.
What I'm
It
saying is
doesn't
this
matter
Luke,
universe
what it
doesn't
is. Like,
you're
fulfill the
missing
dictionary definition of
a
simulation.
big part
I'm
of
saying, well, our
consciousness,
three
though.
dimensions are a simulation of those three dimensions. So that fourth dimension, you're outside of that. Like, so we live in this
Well,
like
you're not,
little
though.
holographic small universe in 3 dimensions.
No
You know
one
what I
tell
mean?
them about the pocket universe story.
You don't want to talk about space-time physics or any of that stuff because all those things you just mentioned that might be possible obstructions to the idea, they're all covered. We have physics for all that. We have hyperspace physics, we have subspace physics, we have all the mathematics you need for the variable refractive index, and regardless of whether or not the mainstream community agrees with them,
Yeah,
all
talking
those
about
variables can be
Inception,
explained.
Bree Sunshine talking about Inception, going back to the reference of this curious interview with the guy that was, he said like he sung 3 tones to the stone, Jeremiah, and then he fell into this outer universe that was like surrounding his universe, and that there was a major time dilation, that they had used a
Yes.
particle they used something like a particle accelerator to create a pocket universe, and they had been running it for approximately 1,000 years. We can only go off of this guy's incredible account.
I've
And of
heard a
course, over
few of these
here, we're
actually.
talking billions of years. And they said that they created our universe to understand the universe that they're within, suggesting this infinite nested universe. So fractal,
Yeah.
but in a nested sort of way. And it blew my mind. And I wish the guy could have given more details, but I completely understand that you're going into another dimension, a time differential. You can't breathe. It's dark. The
I've
entities
heard
you're
of a
talking to,
few of
you
these
know,
Right.
and
stories. It's at
But
those door gateways, and they do like
yeah,
the
so
as well as like 2 or 3 others of those certain harmonic or octaves, something like that.
And
That
I just want to clarify, did that guy only go on Art Bell, or did he go on to somewhere else and do like a
No, he's
longer
also
interview?
done private interviews with Linda Moulton Howe and others.
Okay.
yeah,
I
there's
wrote his
a
name
few
right off.
different stories of those,
I
though.
Okay, I'm pretty sure it's the same guy, but I have clips from like an old Art Bell show. Like it's broken down into 2 clips, and it's definitely talking about the same thing.
Jim Wills is one who talks about experiencing that.
It's amazing that he was honestly able to bring back as much information cogently as he did, considering the way he described the physicality of the experience, you know?
right, to go
But
back,
it,
by the way, just to the point that I was making, because we got lost on whether it's simulation. It didn't matter. The point I was trying to make is it's easy to talk about all these theories, but understanding it and like actually experiencing it is something
yeah, I
different.
mean,
Because
once you get down to it, matter doesn't really matter once you break down space-time.
yeah, well, I mean, maybe you're like psychotic and have no emotions, but for me,
Well,
if
excuse
I
me?
was to like
Says the
realize
guy
that,
that
yeah,
you should have higher attachment.
You right there, eh?
Meow.
don't worry. Okay,
Meow.
I'm just saying, like, to realize that like your whole family are like
Wow.
not real. Is
Meow.
actually
Wow.
no, but come on. Well, I mean, if you're talking about
Oh,
everyone
man.
being, everyone being fake, then obviously that that would blow your mind, wouldn't it? Imagine finding out that you were the only
Yeah,
real
some of
thing.
the realest
You're
OGs
saying
on here.
everybody else
Got
except
some of
for
the realest
yourself
OGs on
is
here.
an NP, like a non-player actor or whatever.
I'm just
Non-player
saying that's the
character.
point, is understanding that and then still living your life. Like it's a really different experience. Like imagine you actually got proof, like you actually got pulled out of the universe and you understood it and you went back in and you realized
Well,
that
I
nothing
don't
mattered.
because I'm psychotic and non-emotional, and I'm trying my best, but I just can't reach you. And bro, I'm so sorry.
It's all right. I mean,
Thank you, thank you, thank
it
you.
was a joke. Jesus.
Jeez, Luke, you're British humor, just so offensive.
That oh my god, in Britain that is not offensive.
Oh, I take it in stride. I said I play. I have an imagination.
But back
yeah.
to I believe, or yeah, I do, that I am God, but so are all of you, and we're just a fractal of the overall creation or creator consciousness experiencing itself.
Hence
Thus,
all the
we're all one.
dissonance and problems in the world. Too many pieces.
But yeah, so obviously the main point though is like it's easy to sit there and like be like, oh, what if? And then imagine being like, you found out and you came back and you're like, guys, it's all bullshit, you know? How would you change as a person with that knowledge? Like, I think the movie Free Guy kind of goes into this, where they go into the AI being like, real people. And I think that's kind of the point. Like, would you be a dick to people because they don't matter, or would you still cherish them and, love them for what they are? And I think that is probably the biggest emotional development that we probably have to go through, is that accepting of like who we are. And I think that's maybe why AI is so prominent in society right now, because we're like learning it from the outside. We're thinking like, oh, should we really do this? Is it fair to create this?
It's so prominent because it's now out and we have lost control.
Well, exactly. I mean, whatever way you think of it, we are God's artificial intelligence and we're out of control, aren't we? Look at what we're doing. We're creating this. We could do anything.
Well, then we get back to like the golden age and like the different ages of the sun or of man or of just the grand time cycles. And that earlier we were discussing that all the old cultures were trying to tell us that the shifting of these ages and that there's this grand clock, this grand cycle, and that we are just starting to reawaken from being the most disconnected and into the most materialistic dark ages, now coming back into the light, the reawakening, the ages of light and discovery. And are we going to destroy ourselves by continuing on with the self-destructive killing and greed and ridiculousness, or are we going to choose to work together, reharmonize with ourselves and nature and the world and universe around, and be, I guess, the word of ascend into the new age while still being physically alive and taking the physical transition along with the conscious, spiritual, metaphysical, potentially.
That was very beautiful.
Hallelujah, Bernie. Hallelujah.
So do you believe in like the idea of people living longer in a golden age and all that?
Hallelujah, Julia.
Oh, yes.
I literally was just typing in the chat. I was just typing in the chat.
Hallelujah.
Where are you?
One of my friends brought
Where
up a good
are
point,
you?
saying
Right
that
now,
like
right now
if
I'm in,
humans live,
I live in Laguna Beach, but right now I'm in Iowa. I fly out back to Laguna Beach on Sunday.
when are you coming to England?
Dude, I want to come there. I want to come there before December. Can we?
I mean, never come in winter.
Take me with you.
No. Oh, then I have to come after December. So spring. Next.
No,
year.
you want to come in summer. There's like 3 months where it's not miserable.
So I might be going to. I might be hosting at the Contact in the Desert next weekend. And then I'm supposed to speak at a conference in at the promised to be revealed in Mount Shasta in June 20th on this equinox. Is it the equinox or
Yeah.
right?
Right, so we need to find you a festival in England.
And then
Yes.
and then in September.
No, it's
there's
not the equinox.
alien
It's the summer
event.
solstice. Sorry, my bad.
And then the alien event, I recommended Rex, and now Rex is going to be a part of the alien event in September in Vegas. So now it's like Brad Olson, Laura Eisenhower, James Rink, a bunch of us are speaking in at the alien event in Vegas in September, like September 15th to the 17th or 14th to the 17th. So if you guys want to come out, I can get a bunch of us into the to Aerosmith backstage.
I might have to the September one specifically be a part of, and
Yes,
also
that's
I'll get
I
you
never
in
shared
with
this.
Blake and Brent, third cousin or the Cousins brothers, third phase of the moon for that would be good.
Are they coming out there?
Yeah,
Well, I never really share this, but I used to be Britney Spears' body double. So
I can see that.
well, her manager is now Aerosmith's manager. So I mean, he became like family to me. Like the LA Kings and the Britney Spears world became like a second family to me. So
Hallelujah, Illuminati confirmed.
Is it
So
true you're on Big Bang Theory?
I took a few people that were at the conference in Vegas last October. I took them to the Aerosmith concert, and we went backstage, and the tickets are like on stage, backstage. So it's very cool, to be a part of that because you're so close and stuff. So if you guys go, I'll totally take you backstage, on stage. It's like a total experience.
It costs like a whole month's wage to get to
No,
America.
it doesn't cost anything. I'm taking you in, Luke. Like,
Yeah, I
so
know. I still have to cross an ocean.
I just find the land past the ocean, and then you're
Start
good.
swimming, Luke. Start swimming.
Right, Julia, I feel like you're the one that could definitely, honey pot someone and get them to take me.
But I was always strongly against
Oh,
that.
Lukey, you're gonna have to learn how to entrap or
No,
enact your own
right.
honey pots.
No. Julia just needs to get talking to a man with a boat, and then she has to just be like, "Look, I really want to do you, but there's
Or
one condition: you
Luke
need to
can
bring
get,
a
like-
British guy
You need to
from
bring
Manchester."
with a
Luke, I hear Martin over at Flat Earth British has a boat now or something. So maybe you can woo him.
Well,
What, pretend?
Would you want to be a speaker? Hey, Luke, would you want to be a speaker at the event? And same with you, Bernie. Would you guys want to be speakers?
I do 1,000 million
You guys can make
%,
it,
and I can stream it to everybody's channels that participates there as well. I'd be the first
You need to
person
turn around
hire
to this
and fly
place.
there.
You need to tell this place, look, I've got a British guy, but he's going to cost like $2,000 because the flight, but we need him. There
You
you go.
always need at least one British guy in any serious situation because he is going to get real or get silly, and you need one of the two.
Speaking of serious British UAP UFO reporters, I can get you Nick Cook. He's the perfect gentleman to have there. And I got Nick Cook coming up in a couple weeks on my channel.
Ooh.
I
To be fair, I actually want to do
Rex
this.
is gonna be there, Bernie.
You're doing it right now, bro.
You got to make me there. And I also have another episode coming up with Rex Bear pretty soon, too.
Sweet. Let's do this.
Would I have to write a script?
I think we need to all come back together.
Luminal, would you, Jeremiah, like to do like a co-host? Like, would you guys like to do a like a co-presentation?
I think we could work something out. Otherwise,
God,
I could
let's
just
make this
bring my silly butt over on by myself. I can.
Okay,
like
I'm
having
hearing
that
something
drunk
about a
conversation in the
co-presentation.
morning in
What
the
is this
kitchen.
conference
Yeah, I
now?
mean, if we're doing a demo, Jeremiah will show up. If we're just having laughs and giggles, maybe it might just be me. But
what is this? I mean, that you're talking about now?
Okay, look up the biomedexpo.com and look up alienevent.com.
Oh, it's too much typing.
Oh, I know. Oh, it's so painful.
Lazy.
Oh God. Oh no.
Oh, don't reveal
again.
your lizard reality.
I actually had a DMT trip where I was a lizard.
That's where it all
No,
comes
no,
from.
you know
It
what?
all
That
makes
makes a little bit
sense.
of sense because sometimes it gets a little
Alien what,
how do-
Julia?
it gets a little
Alien-
insectoid. It gets a little cold-blooded.
Here, I
It
need to-
does. It does. I believe you.
You're referring to me as an it.
No, the experience as
Oh,
it.
okay.
You are
You're
still you,
whatever
sir.
it wants to be.
Thank
Yep.
you.
Alien what? Sorry, I missed that, Julia.
Alien event. I'm
Alien
I
sorry.
identify
event.
as an iguana.
Okay.
I was saying that from the
Are you?
beginning. I was feeling the iguana energy coming through strong, and I think that you are right on par with the iguana life form.
Maybe
Okay,
a little
who's
bit
going to be
creepy
there?
in
Is okay. Laura Eisenhower is going to be there. Now, her great grandfather? It's her grandfather or great
Grandfather.
who was the President Eisenhower, and
Yeah.
she really speaks of because she was at the Shasta event I was at last July.
Rick, I can't find the event. Can you type it in the private
It's
chat, please?
alienevent.com.
Oh, alienevent.com? Okay.
Yeah.
That's
How
pretty
did I miss
straightforward.
Boom,
How did I
boom,
miss
boom.
that?
Yeah, she speaks of like, dude, it wasn't on him. Like that he was basically given these things that he was trying to help, and he didn't have the means or the access level to get to anything, and that no, it wasn't him, because a lot of these places speak of that he was the reason why human souls in America started getting abducted, because he made this deal saying, look, where you can abduct this many Americans each year, but you need to give us technological advances and trade. Like, he made this deal. So that's what Laura Eisenhower speaks of.
If that's true, we definitely have a valid reason to be pretty pissed off at God, you know? Like, because he's clearly sleeping on the job, innit? Like, he's sat there, we're getting kidnapped by aliens, and he's just like, ah.
Like, who negotiated this? And that's the thing. The cosmic law is you have to tell them what you're doing before you do it. That's how you
these aliens
karma.
sound like dicks. Like, you know, you can't just make a deal with one dude and be like, okay, I own your race now.
Sam Osmanovich is there. That makes it
Yes,
1,000,000% worth it.
Okay, Bernie, that's the reason why I agreed to going.
Please
The reason why I
get
agreed
me there.
to speaking at the October, it was my birthday, October of last year in Vegas. It was the Biomed Expo, and I agreed
there
to
you
it
are.
because it was Sam Osmanagich was going to be there, and Andrew Basiago. Now I'm really drawn because of the things of remote viewing, things underground. So I remote viewed a location in Bosnia, and it changed my life. It changed my soul trajectory. It showed me an ancient crystalline technology that it showed me that if you when you access it, and not everyone can access it. And I was like, what? And then I was wanting to understand deeper, how is this able to access you? It's able to show you where your soul has been, who it is, where it's going, probabilities, okay, not where it's definitely going, where it could go. So probabilities, and where your ancestors, what your ancestors have experienced. So I was like, wait, what? How is it accessing this? And then it showed me. And then so I've done presentations about this. And then it has to do with the cerebral spinal fluid. And it changed my life. But there was always something inside me that was like, I saw symbols, very, very specific symbols on the wall beneath the Bosnian pyramid. And I was like, should I share these public? Because the first thing you want to do when you have a spiritual experience like this is you want to show. I must tell the others. That's the first thing.
You must show us.
People have, yes, it's very, people are very called to, I must show everybody. I must run and tell the people. And so I was very much like that. And it was like, no. Because not everyone's going to know this. It's like you will meet someone who's been beneath there and they can validate it for you. And so when I heard Sam Osmanagich was going to be there, I was like, holy shit. You know, Sam Samir Osmanagic, he could verify this for me. So I met him and I told him my experience, and he was like, you know what he said? He was like, "Who trained you?" In his
What?
like thick, like Russian accent, he says, "Who trained you?" And I said,
Trained.
yeah. And I said, Sam, I said, nobody from this freaking realm. I said, no one from this realm, because I was always guided by something very supernatural and something completely like nothing human, like trained me. And so I told him that straight up. I was like, nothing human, I was like, it's not, no one from this realm trained me, Sam. I said something from another world. And he said, that's who trained you. But the way I met Sam was very like out of a movie. There was this man, and his father actually won a Nobel Prize for his name is Dr. Stephen Ezra West. His father won a Nobel Prize based off of his information on the lymphatic system and what he found and stuff. So now Dr. Stephen Ezra West is doing his work, but he's, is very pro the lymphatic system. He looks like Prince Charming. He looks like something out of a Disney movie where you're like, oh my God, were you entangled? Like he's got like a blonde bob, and he's got like the looks of like a Disney prince.
Oh,
but
I met a Disney prince last night.
So he's doing a presentation, and something drew me to go in there, which was really weird because in another room was the bigger speaker, which was Dr. Sandra Rose Michael. Now, if you don't know Sandra Rose Michael, that's somebody you need to look up, because Dr. Sandra Rose Michael, she's created an EE system, which is a scalar system that deals with healing. It's a healing modality, which men from the government have showed up on her front doorstep. Like, what are you working on? Because she was testing her EE system, and they were like, wait, this pinged on our radar, and we saw it, and we're coming. But there's people that swear that they took their kid to, that had autism, and it healed them. And it's like, she's creating these med beds, and it's these very expensive systems, but she's saying it scalar waves. Now, her parents were, her mother was a nuclear physicist, and her father was like a couple different engineers. And she says she was conceived at the Tesla place, or like her parents met during the Manhattan Project, but that she was conceived during the Tesla, some kind of water fountain in Niagara Falls or something.
Uranium baby.
That she was conceived there, but her parents are brilliant. Anyway, she's great, and that's someone you should look into, is Dr. Sandra Rose Michael. But anyways, how I met Samir Osmanagic was I went into Dr. Stephen Ezra West's presentation, and he brought somebody up to do a presentation, and it was Sam Osmanagic, and he brought me up. And his hips were off, and my hips were like off aligned, and he has me touching him. So I was like, here I really longed to meeting Sam Osmanagic, and I don't get to put my hand out to meet him like, hello, I am Julia. Like, I think you're great. Instead, it was like, Julia, I need you to put your hands on his hips to measure them. And like the way that we met was so ass backwards, literally, where I was like taking,
Sounds like my
measuring his hips and like holding my hands on his hips to show that they were off, and then showing that this certain thing like made them aligned. And so it was like, after the whole thing, I was like, thank you, Stephen Ezra West. I'm like, why? And he's like, why? I'm like, for making my fantasy come true. But that's how I met Sam Osmanagic, and he is brilliant. And what he speaks of is the Bosnian pyramids, and how drawn he was, and how he shows scientifically through certain photography that there's anomalies there that is unlike anywhere in the world, and certain UFOs that come in, and to see it through the type of photography that he used, and to go down and to use volunteers. And there's certain volunteers that would come to him with certain ailments, and they would be healed afterwards. So I mean, we could do several shows on this. I just wanted to touch base.
Julia, you know that he was really checking you for a wire because you're way too hot to actually be in his community.
Dude, his wife, if you look into Samus Monagich's wife, she's like gorgeous and she's super into like fitness and stuff. So I don't think he's looking for anyone. I don't think.
Oh, really? Does it turn out that truthers get the bitches? Wow.
Only pimp doctors like Sam, pimp pyramid doctors, I should say. He's pimping Bosnia's pyramids up. Like, he should be on Pimp My House. Like,
maybe I should come to this.
I didn't know you could pimp
now.
pyramids.
Well, he is. He's digging them out. He's like making them into like.
Oh,
like, Julie, I genuinely can't afford to fly.
Bernie, I'm going to send it to you. You send it to Liminal, and I'll send it to Luke as well to get us all, so everybody gets in. So this September, we're all chilling.
So, like 5 years ago, I used to know somebody that was building these huge-ass copper pyramids that you could place over like a bed. Thousands of dollars. And they would anoint the apex with crystals, and the base points, the corners, they would also be crystals. And it would be obnoxious how much they charge for these pyramids so that you could get allegedly a special charge while you're sleeping.
That's the charge.
Yeah, I mean, the charge is, well, the copper tubing. It was the scale of the pyramid. Huge, and then ornated with these crystals, and they were works of art. But I'm like, I'm not gonna pay $4,000 for this. But they found enough people to pay for it because the CEO claimed that he got into a spinal cord injury that broke a number of his vertebrae, leaving him along with some fused vertebrae. And after subjecting himself to some of this healing technology and infrastructure, he healed fused vertebrae. And speaking as someone with spinal column issues myself, I have looked into the healing technologies. You can heal nerves and all kinds of things, but I have yet to see anything that will straighten a spinal column.
I've never heard of a pyramid fixing emotions either. But is this an actual like pyramid that goes over your bed, or is it?
Yeah. They made it so large it would actually fit over. It could fit over a queen or king size bed, and they charged $3,000 to $4,000 for it about 5 to 7 years ago.
This sounds amazing.
Yeah, you could have it custom made. It's
with
just
a tomb around the bed.
It costs an enormous, ridiculous amount of money, and if you looked into it yourself, you could have made it yourself for a fraction of the price to see if it actually did anything. So,
and if it heals you, would you be more immune to drugs while you're in it?
That's a good question, and something I'm not testing, because I don't have the money and I'm looking after my health. So.
Don't worry, I'll take the
Luke wants to test that theory, number one.
Right, I tell you what, let's do a crowdfunder for a pyramid.
Let's buy one of these expensive ass pyramids. We'll just ship it around the country or different countries to each other. We'll all try it out and give our review on it.
Right, but it's got to be made out of gold or silver.
Also, if anyone's watching that owns a boat that wants to come to England and pick me up, you should probably set off now because it's a big journey.
I'm on my way. I'm leaving from Iowa.
Julie, I bet
honestly, guys, I think we could just make a fundraiser for entertainment purposes.
Honestly, dude, if we just start doing this once a week, though, for real, I'm not even kidding.
And your event is next week.
No, the
mixture of the deep.
Good networking. That's a good network.
Yeah, mixture of the deep out there stuff with the comedy. People would love that. Honestly, I'm not even kidding, and we're just being ourselves, really.
If we get Luke to Vegas, he's never going back over the aisle.
Oh, again. Luke in Vegas would be like, I don't know how freezing over.
look, when I say, look, I will get us backstage on stage to Aerosmith. I'm not kidding. Like I'm
So
not.
is he
I don't
wearing
say things that I can't do.
is he wearing
I'm saying,
assless
look,
chaps? Like is his ass actually showing?
I
you
don't want to
might
miss the thing.
be considered the
Oh, wait, is that
elderly,
his
but
Oh,
No, sorry,
gotta
sorry.
love that
that's
taste
with
of
what
India.
I'm saying. I can do for you. Like he might be, elderly, but they still are a band.
They're still holding it together.
I didn't know they even sang still, but
Dude, they
it's,
kill
wait,
it. Like I
it's in
went there.
Vegas when?
I went. The thing is, okay. So this girl that I was rooming with,
September 14th to 17th.
she created
December.
this girl. She
September.
created it's
Oh,
September, but this girl she created a school in Africa and all this stuff. And I remember rooming with her, and we were supposed to room together. And I was like, oh my god, what happens if she like overtakes the bathroom and like I can't do my makeup because she takes a poop or takes a shower and like
Hey, the
I was like,
bathroom
I'm gonna
situation
regret
is
this.
real. The
I was
bathroom
like,
situation is real. I go somewhere I've never been before. I want to know how many toilets. I want to know how many bathrooms.
right?
I don't know if it's a lady thing. I just want to know. I want to know before I get there.
Yeah, so it's a real thing. So I was like, the second I booked it, I was like, fuck this. What am I thinking? I'm gonna regret this. So then I hadn't met her yet. So she lands and I was like, I had to like pull all these strings to be able to check in without her because then the hotel room was like under her name. So it was like a nightmare to check in. And then I check in and Britney Spears' manager, who is like family to me, is like, because I told him like, look, I'm landing in Vegas, blah, 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 blah. He was like, what? I'll come pick you up. Like, oh my God, I want to see you. And I was like, I don't, he's like, do you want to go to the Aerosmith concert tonight? I was like, sure. And then I went there and I was like, I don't know, if I could check into my hotel room at times. So then I called this guy who was volunteering at the conference and he comes in a motorcycle. So I have no goggles and I go on the motorcycle to go to the concert. And like I was like, I'm going to look like a raccoon when I show up. Like all of my eyeliner and mascara is going to be underneath my eye.
Right in with everybody else, hon.
So I show up and it was like, do you want anybody else to come here? So the roommate girl, Michelle, she was like, she had just landed. I said, hey, can you be here? She was like, hey, I'm almost to the room. Did you check in under your name? I was like, hey, look, I'm at MGM. Can you be here in 10 minutes? She's like, I could be there in 12. She's like, I just landed. I just got my rental car. And she's like, I could be there in 12. I was like, all right, head over. I don't tell her, look, I was like, look, just go outside, take a picture of yourself when you get here. I don't tell her, look, I'm sending you Britney Spears' manager, Larry Rudolph. He's coming out. I don't like pre-brief her on anything. I was like, look, there's some guy is going to come out and get you. So he brings her in on stage and is like, Julia, have somebody for you. And it was like, hey, he's like, how long have you known her? I was like, you met her before me. He was like, what? And he's like, I was like, yeah, you met her before me. He's like, you don't even know her? I'm like, no, she's my roommate, but I hadn't even met her. But so it was like very surreal of like how we met and everything. But what I'm saying is I'm not full of shit. And you know, if you guys are going, I would love for us all to go out and catch a concert and have fun. And you know,
we gotta make it happen.
Were you backstage with all the fancy like food and
he said he
like
helped
refrigerators and
he
people?
said he helped design it. He said he helped design it. And you know, sometimes when you get involved in these like esoteric things and you're bringing apart, you bring apart. It's hard to differentiate like darkness from truth, and you start to take like all these celebrities and musicians and depict them in a darker environment.
Darkness
They're
can
all
burn
evil, right?
Darkness
Like,
can burn bright, and you have to protect yourself because at first they will seem like a light, and then they will suck you dry.
Oh, sounds like me.
Girl knows everything. She knows.
Oh no, not like you, ancient historians.
No,
I'm
not in a
saying,
sexual way, just in a
I'm
pure
saying for
evil
those of us that still actually have some empathy intact, every once in a while, we try to reach out to someone, and then we get a reminder of why we became hermits.
It's really cute.
We love Brother Luke. He's the
I'm really
sacred
joking, you know.
prophet.
I'm not really a dick. I didn't think you'd get offended by that, you know. Like that
I
was
didn't
really
think you were a
tame.
dick. I thought you came here to like lighten up the mood and, you know,
I
be,
just feel like
you know, be
you hate me.
jovial.
I can sense it deep down. You're like, fuck this guy.
No, no. I mean, like,
A
if
little
I
bit.
was, it would be like in a camaraderie kind of way. Like, I like you because you make me laugh, and I'm trying
But
to
what I
not
want you
laugh
guys,
on
He
the
wait, what I
wants
want
to
stream.
It feels
you
like
guys
a
to
sharing
do,
circle.
hold on,
potentially,
wait,
but
what I
not in
want you
that
guys
way.
to do, I want you to email the email that I give to you, email your bio and then what you want your presentation to be about to the email that I provide you with.
My
So
presentation
just a
will
bio
be
about
how
you,
to raise the money.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I
and
just
then
looked at the
Well,
prices.
they have the money, Luke. You sell
I
it
think
on
they'll
yourself.
pay. They'll pay
yeah,
for my
Luke,
flight.
Ancient Historian, is on like a vibe or a track to somewhere that would be fortuitous or resulting in fruition. And I'm not saying that in a non-emotional, non-caring way. I think you show up to entertain people. I think you show up to bring levity. I think that's valuable, you know, in the middle
And
of a lot of like,
educate. You should watch
nope,
his videos.
yeah,
impeccable.
I think that's really actually valuable. You inject like this human comedy in the middle of a lot of deep science, and some people might not get it.
I'm
But
glad you think I'm human.
I think you're hilarious. I think you're hilarious.
Do I have to share now?
You don't have to share anything you don't want to.
Okay. Julia's
Yeah.
really hot.
Yeah, no, just be you.
Okay, but no, genuinely, turns out a flight is like $860.
That's why you sell them on why you need to present there, Luke.
What do I say?
Something about aliens because it's an alien convention.
Send them a letter like you're fucked unless I come.
Yeah, threaten them.
Threaten.
I don't know if that's the most effective method.
That's the thing about like Saeed. He doesn't pay most people. He doesn't pay anyone. Like Samir, like Osmanagich is like the only one he really pays to come and speak. So I would literally try to
Shall I talk about lizards being lazy?
I mean, you need maybe
Crazy
make it
lizards
maybe
that are
make it a
reptilian
little less
aliens.
dry British humor so that anyone that's not British can understand that you're coming in at a comedic angle, or maybe not. I don't know. Just do you. Just do you
stand
and
up on
see.
stage.
Just see where the seed plants.
Stand on stage in front of a load of UFO dudes and be like, "Hi guys, you've all got it wrong about the lizards. They're not that bad."
Some of those people are going to take you absolutely 100% seriously.
You know what I need? I need an actual lizard just to sleep in the front row.
Bring the iguana.
You know what I mean? No, an actual lizard
Komodo
person
dragon.
just asleep, bored.
No, but
like,
for
look,
real,
look at him.
Luke, I know he's not going to pay for your airfare, but I would help raise money for that. I will put money towards that. Like I will.
Yeah, like
raise
we
money to
could
get your
we could clip a recording from this stream and put it in a fundraiser.
Julia's car wash.
You know, for entertainment value, like why you need to be somewhere.
But yeah, I mean, I do want to go to Vegas. That would be fun. I want
I
to
don't
see
know
the
if you'll
Luxor
ever get
pyramid.
out of Vegas.
Well, no, I'll be all right actually. I don't really like to gamble, and
Oh,
yeah.
that's good. No, seriously, no, that's
seriously.
good.
You need the thing is, Luke, if you need to stay in a room too, like I'll book a room with like 2 beds. You know what I mean? Like I'll do things.
Not in front of all the people.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean though? Like I will put money towards your airfare. I'll make it to where I want to make sure that you're there.
How many days is this thing?
I think the 14th or the 17th.
Yeah.
Am I wrong or am I right?
Yeah,
I mean, I totally would do it. If I had the cash, I'd totally do it. Because fuck it.
Just be prepared for being outside, burning your skin alive, and getting inside as quickly as possible.
Okay, it's at the Alexis Park Casino.
Regent Smith 3333.
I don't know what this means, but I
There's a
swear to God,
restaurant
if I
there.
get shot, by the way,
Kinda like
if I
a
get
ghetto.
shot when I'm in
Well,
your
dude, it's
country,
kind of
Okay,
like
Tupac.
it's kind of like a ghetto hotel, but it's like right above like the airport. Is they're constantly like taking off, so it's
but you
like
can escape at any minute.
like at any point, like every few minutes,
It's
there's
your
like
classic
few
Vegas
stop.
UFO show.
Wait. So you've got the
Yeah,
hotel next to the airport. By any chance, are you doing like a
they're
hustle?
understaffed and like, but their breakfast is great. That's essential, right? And then when I was there, I remember being outside at like 4 a.m. and like smoking a cigarette, and these guys showed up. They were from Europe, and they had never been to the United States before, and they have this online like app of like gambling, and they had like just fresh off the plane from Europe, and the guy was like, "Oh, you've never been to the States before," like, and he took him to a gay bar, like gay strip club. And I was like, wait, what? So that's when I was like, I'm not going to bed. I'm going to stay out here and smoke and listen to what you're saying. Like, I was so excited to hear that messed up story, which maybe I'm evil, maybe that's my darker side coming out.
We all have our dark side. It doesn't necessarily make you evil.
But
I'm just going
the
first
resort
off, I will
is
be
very interesting, and what's cool about there, because my boyfriend wants to stay at another place in Vegas, but I'm like, dude, when you're staying there and it's like, oh, I gotta change, like it helps to have the conference right downstairs, because there's so many.
I'm not gonna have to share a bed with your boyfriend, am I?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, good, because I want to at least meet him before I do that.
No, I want to make sure that you get there. I want to make sure all of you guys get there. I think it's important for humanity, because I think each of you hold a key to helping people, and that's what I'm all about. I'm not here to
I'm down for those 100% bacon plate piles at the buffets. So if I can get to Las Vegas,
promise everyone here that I will not write a script. I will just do whatever comes to my head on the moment.
Well, that's what you do. You improv, don't you?
And then next year
all
we
the
should
time.
have our own fucking conference. Oops, maybe I shouldn't cuss. But next year we should have our own conference where we're not dealing with some Persian guy or any guy.
Yeah, we're gonna have our own panel. We're gonna have our own panel. It's gonna be VIP access. It'll be dope.
TrutherCon.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
You know, something I'm proud of, right? I don't know how many videos I've put up in my time, but I've never written a script. Never.
You don't really need to.
For history. Yeah, no, definitely not.
Well, your posterity is recorded online, so just download it.
What? I'm confused. Did I miss a joke?
I mean, all of your comedic entertainment has been on all these streams, so you can just download them and
No, I meant like when I make my videos on my channel. Like I just record it, see where we go.
Yeah. I hope you do you back up your videos?
I think that happens on Rumble, but I don't know.
Well, you should check. I mean,
I don't really need to.
You have a great comedic entertainment value.
I'm really lazy. So
I know you're really lazy, but maybe there's a lazy way to back it up.
I don't know, but someone actually did say, I can't remember who it was because I'm lazy, but someone actually said if you want to get a job done, you hire a lazy person, because a lazy person will find a quicker way to do it. And that
a smart lazy person. A smart lazy person.
Isn't every lazy person smart? Because
not necessarily. Nope, not necessarily. You gotta test them. You gotta see if they're at least as smart as you.
I'm not very smart, to be honest. I'm just like,
You're laughing because it's true. They need to be at least as smart as you and as motivated.
I wasn't laughing, that was someone else.
As motivated to make the money you're willing to pay them. So
fuck money, I hate money.
I
like
hate
Jesus.
I hate money too. So maybe you're gonna barter. Maybe you're gonna barter. I don't know. You do it the way you want to do it.
Do you guys hear these birds?
I do.
This is my first time in the Midwest. This is my first time. So I'm like,
first time meeting a bird.
Is it okay where I ask? You are in the Midwest, like approximately?
I'm in Iowa.
Okay, all right. Yeah, okay, so where I am, I'm practically Canada land, and the birds are sometimes chirping at like midnight, and I'm just like, what is wrong with you?
Dude, I'm so northwest. I'm so northwest Iowa that
Practical Canada land.
guys
I
saw
am
Blade.
in Canada, and the birds start chirping at 4:30 in the morning, and it's currently
There you go,
4:20
Bernie. There
a.m.
Dude,
you
I looked
go.
out the window
Bernie
and
confirmed.
and
Bernie
the sun was
confirmed.
coming
Bernie
up, and I was like,
confirmed.
"Oh my god, is there fire?" I was like, "This is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen," and it was like sunrise.
No, it's like me trying to go to bed early, but the birds are awake at 3 a.m. and I'm like, dude.
Because
I'm
birds have
trying to go
one
to
job in
sleep.
the morning, and that is to alert people that are on drugs that they need to stop taking drugs. And
Yeah,
that's
that
why
could
the
be.
birds.
That's what it's
That
became.
could potentially
But that
be
would mean
my
birds are
purpose.
real, or that birds aren't reptiles, because reptiles are lazy. And it's about hiring a hardworking, intelligent person, because you work smarter, not harder.
Now, some
Lazy
people think
people ain't
that
gonna do
birds are
nothing.
fake and that they charge. You know that whole like census of like birds charge on like they need to get an electrical charge and they're not real. Birds aren't real. But I feel like so many souls. If you ask them like, "Hey, in the next life, who would you become?" They'd be like bird, like a bird, like to fly, like they want to fly. You know. But
I'd hate to be a
I'm a
bird.
weirdo. I have like a white owl that's been following me for 10 years. Like no matter what city I go to, a white owl shows up. Even here. I came here, I've never been to the Midwest in my life. The next day a freaking white owl showed up. Like I'll go to different cities, doesn't matter. And like at first people were like, "Julia, like this is something you're going to die or somebody close to you is going to die." So I was like mortified. Like
Okay,
at first I
oh
was
my
like, no,
goodness.
this is great. I would get a certain feeling from the white owl. And like there's been times where I've gone outside at 3 a.m. and I don't know why. And then this thing will come out, like this white owl will come out from the bushes and the
You get
trees,
summoned by
laugh
an
and
owl in
look
the
into
middle of
my
the night.
soul.
That sounds like a
And
Harry Potter
I was
summons.
trying to think of his name. I'm like, okay, and then I was trying to say
time-
the teacher's
every
name,
single
the
time I've
headmaster.
ever
Hedwig.
tried to
Wizard.
watch Harry Potter, I fall asleep. I'm like
It's
not
defeated.
allowed to watch it. It's so
Oh, well,
weird.
when it comes to real magic, Harry Potter is bullshit. Sorry for any Harry Potter fans out there. But the owl thing.
Tell us about
The
real magic.
owl is real, and the occult.
Yeah.
You can't just say that magic isn't real in Harry Potter and not tell us where
This
the
is
real magic
magic.
is.
But there's people
Well,
that would be like,
it's
"Oh, Julia,
okay.
like, went to
The way I like to
they
put
would
it
be like,
is, do you want to cookbook something from a spell book like your Harry Potter, or can you figure it out yourself and do it yourself? Because
Some real Wiccan magic.
the real ones figure out how to do it themselves. They don't need a recipe. That's all I'm gonna say on that.
So if you can't do magic, it's all your own fault. Remember
Exactly.
that, people.
I'm saying as a template in the beginning, if you're not very intuitive, it's okay if you want to reference some
Only
things,
adepts.
but eventually you want to grow into yourself and do it your way, because that's going to, if you develop your own method, your own way about things, that'll be way more effective than anything that you're going to do out of a book.
So what kind of magic would you suggest, hypothetically, a lazy iguana would do?
I would suggest them to do whatever the fuck they feel is easiest for them to do.
Yeah, because I tried to meditate, but then I just fall asleep.
That's because you're too lazy.
That sounds okay. It sounds like you needed to sleep.
Like all the time.
I heard something the other day that was like, you want to hear the most gay thing is like a man masturbating is like the most gay thing you could do. Like,
Because
like
you're jacking off a dude.
a man holding a man's penis is like, it doesn't get much gayer than that.
Oh shit, we're all gay.
Whoa. So I'm not supposed to hold people's dicks in the bathroom.
That's
Well,
right.
Not
You heard
unless
it
you're
here,
going
late
to
night,
rail
early
off of
morning.
them and do something really naughty.
You girls don't know this, do you? When we men are in the bathroom, we always hold to the right. We hold the guy to the right. It's just code.
Oh, I can tell you there's been some times in my life where I've been trapped in bathrooms with people and they're trying to go about some business, and I was just trying to take a pee, and
Why were you trapped?
well, because they were in the bathroom with me, and I just wanted to go to the bathroom, and
It
it was
doesn't sound like
that.
you were trapped. It sounded like you watched.
No, if anything, they were just busy trying to do their thing.
So
But
no one
they
was
thought they
stopping
were
you from
being
leaving.
they thought they were being polite because they offered their thing, and I was like, I'm not gonna dip into that mysterious bag. No, thank you.
I'm so confused. But wow.
Have you never been to a rave or a club or
Yeah, but
like?
I'm wondering why you didn't just leave. It sounds like you were staring, just like I'm
Oh,
trapped.
have you never waited in line for a long time with
If I
like
saw
one or
two
two
dudes
toilets?
fucking in the bathroom or doing stuff, I'm pretty certain.
No,
that
okay, if that was happening, I definitely would leave, but like it's like it was my turn to go to the bathroom, and then like 5 people shoved in behind me, and I was
Jesus.
waiting for like 30 minutes, and I was like, screw it, I'm just gonna go to the bathroom. Yep.
Wow.
Any old school ravers out there, people that have gone to clubs,
Like
divey
everyone that's
bars,
been to a rave is just
they
shaking their head right now. Like, I
they
don't know what you're
probably know
talking
what
about.
I'm talking about. They probably know what I'm talking about.
They're
There's
shaking
probably
their
not a
heads
lot of
like,
those
nope,
people in the
never
crowd, but
seen that before.
Just the dive bar / dive warehouse with
yeah,
not
and
enough bathrooms
they
and too many
justify
people needing to
shoving
go.
in their whole crew while I'm trying to just take my leak with it's cool if you want to dip into this bag, and I'm like, I don't know what's in there. I'm not
Oh,
doing
they were
that.
doing drugs. Oh, wow.
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Yes,
Right.
sir.
So literally, you went into a bathroom, some dudes are
Yep.
doing drugs, and you were just so scared you stayed there.
Well,
Trapped.
no, it was like I didn't give a fuck because I had been waiting for
She
30
had
minutes
to
to go to the
use the
bathroom.
toilet, and she didn't give enough. The
This has gone from
others
like a
were trying
situation
to
that was
do
on
other
your side.
things, because when you got to go, you got to go.
When you're like 22 years old and you've been waiting for like 30 minutes and you got to go to the bathroom, you got to go, and you don't really
I just
care
don't get.
about those 5 other people that sneak in with you. You do hate the fuck out of them. Excuse my language. You do not like them very much. And you do not, if you're smart, you do not take the things they offer you.
No, definitely don't take the drugs off the people.
Nope,
But
nope, you don't.
You made it sound like a
today's
horrifying
day and
situation,
age,
but
you
upon
don't,
hindsight, it
because
sounds like
you
these dudes
don't need that fentanyl overdose. Because
Oh,
people are
I'm talking like so many years ago, hun, that fentanyl was not a thing on the street. Nope.
I don't
But
even know what that is.
that doesn't mean that I just did something that
you
somebody
had to
offered me.
go on.
I was very, very, very mindful about that stuff. I was like, you're lucky I didn't, kick you out of the bathroom. All right, just whatever. We all squeezed in here. You weren't supposed to be in here. This was my bathroom time. I would have been out in 30 seconds, but let's just get it over with. That's sometimes part of the raver culture. And Bernie, I think you would have understood after all these years.
Yeah. Duh. Just kidding.
Yep.
But yeah. Just showing off some of my little jar battery things. The saltwater batteries.
Can you just imagine if police had to come to your house for something? They'd just be walking through this like, what the fuck am I in?
Right?
You should definitely get a fake arm or something and put it in a freezer.
Oh, like all my mannequins?
Fuck. I didn't know you had mannequins. That's creepy.
Like that guy right there?
What?
Like
with
Dan?
LEDs?
Dan the man just chilling there? Or,
you're
a
gonna give somebody a heart attack.
Like just
Mannequins are like the creepiest thing ever.
Bernie, you just show up someday with the extra long sleeve and a hand mannequin, like a mannequin hand, coming out.
Oh dear.
Just coming out.
Is that pornography? Uh-oh.
That's not pornography, it's just mannequins.
There we go. We own our own property, thank goodness.
Do you put your fingers in one of them? Do you get electrocuted?
There's no current going into these, so no. But ones where I do have live current going in. Let's see.
Don't do it.
Look, my hand submerged.
No,
But it's only
don't
5 volts going in. It'd be, if I was putting thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, be something different.
Can you imagine if we just watched BurnEye get superpowers?
Yes.
You now have the
But
power.
that won't be
Put on the
live.
button.
Maybe it will be. Maybe I'll stream for 3 days straight, and by the end of it, I'll be like, "Fuck it, let's just submerge ourselves in
would be the
Ormus and
shittest
eat it
superpower
all."
that you'd get from that?
Yeah,
Well,
where's the glowing Armus?
No, you know what? You'd get the superpower to turn gold into something else. That's the only power you'd get. Like gold into lead or something.
I think that's the wrong direction.
Exactly. That's why it's the shittest power.
Did you say superpower or shit power?
Yeah, the shittest superpower that you could get from accidentally shocking yourself
It's
in
an
that gap.
oxymoron. It
Definitely
either
would
has
be.
to be real or, like a superpower, not a shit
Okay.
power. Otherwise,
No,
it's a
no.
shit power.
Okay, this is something I have talked about with people. Think about a superpower that you could have that isn't talked about in comic books. And I'm a strong proponent of just being able to teleport, excrement, no matter where I am, and never needing to go to the bathroom. I think that's a superpower.
I want the ability to fly, but
Never
only
have to
north.
poop and just absorb energy.
Love her.
Yeah.
I love her.
I don't want to ever stand in line for a bathroom anywhere.
North flight is the best thing ever, because imagine flying to a crime and then having to get the train back. So you fly north, you get in the crime, save the day, and you jump on the train. Like, can't fly south.
But what if you have to go to the bathroom while you're doing it?
You go on the train. Or if you're going north, you could do it in the air.
Just like all the airplanes.
Exactly. You can only fly north. So if you miss your spot, you have to go all the way around the earth.
Oh dear. Why can't you just
Oh wait,
go
no,
through
actually, no, that wouldn't work. You wouldn't be going north anymore. You get to the North Pole and then you just have to stop.
Then you'd start
Great,
going
yeah,
south.
that's an awesomely shit power.
Did you just say shit power?
Yeah, shit power.
Shit power. You termed it. A word term I just came up with, and why I am against them pushing the gender changing BS on children is they're trying to create a lost generation of people.
Control of procreation?
Lost
generation? Come on.
Yeah, interestingly, in the Lost Gospel of Thomas, it actually Jesus says that that he's talking about in the future when you get the power, and he's saying like when man becomes woman and woman becomes man, what will you do? And he talks specifically about like men and women becoming each other and the two becoming one and all this. And it's actually
It sounds like advanced genetics where like people don't need to have natural sex anymore and they can just take their cells and
Well, I think
do
Jesus
test
was
tube
talking
babies.
more about the mental side of it, like
Everything that I get is that the man and woman, the bridge between man and woman has been broken, and that there needs to be a bridge built between man and woman. But forging that bridge and having that connection, that sacred connection, is imperative to the most insights, to the most spiritual insight, tantric sex, you name it. Like that is the highest way, basically.
I actually think there could be
The
a good thing about it,
spirituality and sexuality is almost nil. It's a miracle if you're in a heterosexual relationship these days based on the societal programming coming to kids through cartoons and movies where the two girls casually kiss and then you see the advertisement for the tighty whities to tighten down.
Speaking of Harry Potter,
You know what though, right? I
You
don't know
know,
what you guys think
made,
about this, but
Professor Gay.
if the whoever's in charge, if they're pushing this agenda, obviously that would like make more gay couples, which would have like less children, and we know that their agenda, but their agenda is the opposite. They want more workers. Like that's every country is the same. That's why they create wars to
They're
get
trying
migrants.
to depopulate.
No,
They
well,
need a certain percentage of people to reproduce, and they need the rest to not.
yeah, no,
There's
they want infinite.
obviously
Think of the
a
people that too are literally
No,
defaming.
every
They're
other
defaming and
worker,
they're showing their consciousness level of like, look, I don't know what I am. I don't know if I'm
right?
male or
yes,
female.
there's
Like, the
However
lines
much
are
you
blurred for
earn
me.
in your life
That's a
or
what's called
value.
the
for a
great
whole nother.
gender or gender identity confusion, and that has been really blown up by media and politics and people wanting to feel like they're part of something unique. And
Or do you think it might
unfortunately,
be?
it's this big programming to get people away from
Thank you, Jean-Luc.
maybe what would have been their natural path. I'm okay with anybody being any which way they want to be. I'm totally okay with that. But when you see underwear being created for little boys,
Yeah, that's fucked.
you know, that kind of thing.
It's always money, though, isn't it?
You know that one Filipino designer, he made that type of underwear and he got a lot of flack for it. And
the whole
certain people,
Target
But
boycott
for
going
like the
on.
positive side of it, just to
Target.
see the alternative, like, do you not
Yeah,
think
I
that
mean,
maybe people are like waking into the idea that we are more than like the vessel that we are?
there's a reason why there's age limits on certain things like drinking or
Yeah, no, I
having
agree with that. I'm saying like,
having consensual sex.
but I'm saying, do you
And
not think as a society to move more towards like the idea that like, oh, I'm not really a man, I'm a spirit in a man's body. You know, like I'm
right,
just
yeah, I mean, you can't have it both ways. So a man thinks his identity is a little girl. Does that mean it's okay for him to hang around little girls?
no, but
You can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways.
yeah, I mean, I could
Unfortunately.
identify as a train, but I'm never going to catch up with one. Like,
Right.
I think it's, I think there is a.
So you accept that, like they want it to be accepted as like pedophilia as being another sexuality and being accepted, like they want it being released.
Well, I mean, for them, it doesn't matter though, does it? Because they have different rules. Like they have islands that they can go to and you do that shit. You know what I mean?
If you occasionally look at the news, because I can't bear to look at the news, but if you occasionally look at it, you'll come across some weird gender story where someone's gender identity, it's like a grown man that thinks he's a little girl, and then you'll hear something about a little girl that thinks she's a grown man.
But those articles
it's okay for the little girl to think she's a grown man. It's not okay for the grown man to think he's a little girl.
But those articles are written by a company that wants you to click on that article and be angry. So like it's generated by just money. Like they want you to look at it and be like, ah, they'll choose it.
Yeah, essentially greed is the root of all evil.
They will. They'll find the worst possible example. They'll find, a random person in the street that believes, like you said, pedophilia is okay. And that's what they'll promote. Because they want you to click on their articles and be angry at that. Like it's a bit of a twisted one because it seems like they're promoting the opposite of what they're actually promoting. They're trying to get you riled up against it. You just gotta ignore it. Like whatever they're printing, fuck it.
Right? Or usually do the exact opposite, or like they're planning the exact opposite.
For real, like literally, just the real enemy here is like the people that are in control, and the more we focus on like individual identity politics, like this kind of shit, just get it. Like as far as I'm concerned, I don't care. Like my mission's bigger. Like do what you want. Like I'm trying to help the world here. Like not focus on tiny, who wants to identify as what. I mean, in the future,
get triggered over Bud Light.
Way like my mission is bigger. Absolutely.
Like literally in the future, who knows? Maybe we'll have like fucking machines that can turn people into furries, and half the people will literally be like game avatars or something. We don't know where life's gonna go. Just focus on like making it better, not like what they want you to be angry at. It's the same with Just Stop Oil. They'll show you articles of like, look what these oil protesters have done, because they want you to be livid. They want you to hate those people. They want they're trying to create division so that you hate other people and you don't hate them.
Well said. Literally, right?
We need to team up and hate the
do.
people that are doing this. Like media in itself, journalism is a good thing, but not the way that we've got it. Like the way journalism now, especially with AI, is literally we need clicks. We need people to see our ads. So all our articles are just get you clicking, get you riled up. You've got to read this article and then be angry about it. And, you know, fuck them, because it's all about money. It's so they can sit on yachts. They don't care.
They will sell their own souls.
For real. And the thing that people never actually
something.
focus on is like how money creates the system of slavery. Because obviously, like, we all live, I don't know about you guys, but if you're just living a normal job, somebody could turn up, a rich person, and offer you, you know, the chance to get out of the rat race. And that's obviously how rich people have power. They can go to, you know, young women that are struggling and be like, do you want to come work on my yacht? You know, and they have this power that just shouldn't exist.
Yeah, I've been offered like castings of like to be like a stewardess on a private jet airline. I've been offered a lot of things where it's like, ooh, no. But anyways, I'm gonna leave.
That sounds pretty Epstein-esque.
I was exposed to a whole underworld, but luckily survived unscathed. You know what I mean? I can't say that about everybody else, but
so we're definitely doing a future podcast on that.
Yeah, but dude, this has been epic. I'm gonna sign off.
We all are, because we're 4 hours in. It's 4:42 a.m. where I am, which means it's even later for some. And I love you all. Thank you for joining in. This was an epic
the best. All right.
Yep.
Much love. And we'll see you all very soon. And hopefully everybody in Vegas, it's September 14th to 17th. That's my goal to get on tomorrow. Any last words? So, no, ditching out. Liminal, Jeremiah, any closing thoughts?
It's been weird.
Always is. It's epic that way. Much love. All right. See everybody on the next one. Oh, wait. There we go. Hope you're having a blessed Saturday. If you're joining it now, this stream was definitely worth the rewatch.